Do you hear me now? Do you hear me? I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Why? Mm, can you try from computer? Duyuyorum. Mikrofon. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
can you please?
Už tam bude problém jenom tady v tom. Yes. No. A někde jsem na telefonu, takže všichni.
You hear me now? Hello, hello? So you hear me, I guess. Už ho neslyším já.
Tak mimo nejde mikrofon v tom případě.
But now I don't hear you if you are saying anything. I guess your microphone doesn't work. I don't see anything. Michael can hear me. La la la. La 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 la.
Ještě chci zapnout počítač do hlasovky, kde jsem
Tak to už je fakt. Working. A teď neslyšíme my. Okay, and can you try say something? Or Michael, if you can say anything to just to make check that we can hear each other. Mhm. Já se nedivím. Já taky. Prý něco říkala, já jsem ho
Jo,
neslyšela.
já jsem tady slyšel, že něco říkal, takže to je...
Ale tady jsem ho neslyšela.
Jo, já jsem slyšel z toho, takže tomu jede.
Junior, I don't hear you. Not yet.
Zkusit, jestli vás slyší někdo z chatu, co tam jsou lidi.
Do you hear me? Nice one. Yeah, they hear me.
Takže někteří mě neslyšíme.
And Michael or Junior, can you please try to say something? Mm-mm. But I don't hear you.
Hello.
Oh, wait. I think I hear you, actually. I heard some noise there, so I thought maybe it's you. No, it's switch off.
Protože ono to vypadá, že to bude to auto.
Nothing.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, thank you.
Finally. Anyone.
Ten hlavní. Takže ho neslyšíte.
Asi.
No a když já promluvím tady, tak já vidím, že mluvíme, takže on nás slyší. Musí, protože mu to tam přeskakuje. Jakoby.
OK. Takže prý začínáme.
A on ho slyšíte všechny. Teda.
Jsem přemýšlela, si tu kameru možná nedat ještě to.
Jak to potřebujete?
So, distinguished guests, honorable government representative, esteemed academics, industry leaders, and value participants joining us online from around the world. On behalf of Nation Cybersecurity Institute, it's my great honor to welcome you to the significant international online conference. Today we are gathering not merely to discuss a fight of technology, but to address a matter that directly impacts nation security, economic stability, democratic systems, and fundamental rights of individuals, cybersecurity. Digital transformation has become one of the most profound and rapid shifts in human history. However, this transformation has also introduced new and complex threats. Cyber incidents are no longer isolated technical issues. They have evolved into strategic risks that affect nation security, target critical infrastructure, disrupt financial systems, and undermine public trust. In the United States and across the globe, cybersecurity has become integral component of defense policies, economic strategies, and international cooperation. Today, cybersecurity is recognized as the fifth operation domain along land, sea, air, and space. This is reality places a clear responsibility up all of us. Cybersecurity is no longer the concern of single nation, institution, or sector. It's a shared global responsibility. As the Nation Cybersecurity Institute, we strongly advocate approach rooted in information sharing, international collaboration, ethic principles, workspace development, and collective security culture. This conference serves as strategy platforms where ideas converge, experiences are exchanged, and the future vision of cybersecurity is shaped together. We firmly believe that every discussion held here today will contribute to building a safer and more resilient digital world for tomorrow. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all speakers, partners, and participants who share this vision and contribute to this meaningful dialogue. May this conference mark an important step toward a more secure digital future for our nation, our institutions, and humanity as a whole. Thank you. And now, as the first speaker, welcome Junior Carreiro from Brazil.
Hello, guys. Thanks for inviting me to this conference. I think it's a huge important step to guarantee the security around the world. I think that we need to change the mindset about the security. And this is our first step to guarantee this. So let's talk about a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about the mobile. Okay. There he is. So, okay, we started talking about our title. It's about the Fast and Furious, but this is because the company around the world tried to use a lot of frameworks to start developing. Is really a good idea, and yeah, they don't wrong. But the main point is transform a good idea is an insecure idea, and we discussed a little bit about it. And okay, anything that I said in here, all right, it's completely different, or it's not a responsibility from the company that I work in now. Okay, so I'm Junior. So I'm a lovely work with mobile security and now AI security also. If you can reach me, feel free to reach me in LinkedIn or X, send me questions, idea, or send me invited to drink a beer or anything else. A little bit about our agenda. We discuss about the generalist dilemma, framework architecture, the danger of the default configuration, and recommendations. So I would like to start say the idea here is not demonize the framework, but start a discussion about the security environment. Because here, when we use the framework, we gain in different points. We gain in code, we gain time, and it's very important nowadays because the market is very fast and the things change very fast. But we lost in different points, for example, in money, because we put aside our security implementations, and it is very dangerous. So, and this the phrase, I think, inside the mind of maybe 90% of the leaders, tech leaders, or CEO, because the framework handles security for me. But maybe yes, maybe not, because the priority behind the framework is the compatibility and convenient and fast and not secure. And we can use the framework to maintain only one base of code. We can use the framework to avoid hiring a lot of people, a lot of specialists, but a price of what? So we talk about the two of most used frameworks, Flutter and React. Here is a little bit about each one. Flutter, developed by Google, uses Dart, and have a critical point, the partial bypass of native security controls. React Native is based on JavaScript. I think when I said based on JavaScript, I said everything. I don't see any one word more after that. And here we have example about the app structure, app developed by Dart, Flutter. It's a little bit different from app developed using the core language like Kotlin or Swift. We have more slides, more technology, more dependence of the third parties. And third parties is other important point when we talk about security. Here we have an example. When you use the frameworks, we put beside the best practice recommendation from Android, Google, or iOS or Apple or iOS. And okay, we use the Flutter to produce our bank app because we received $1 million of investment and we need that app ready on the stores for the next week. Okay, our company hired one guy, one specialist in Flutter, and start to develop the faster than you can. So they have a problem because as a specialist in Flutter, not in Kotlin or Swift, And probably they forgot to configure one of this property in our application, and this causes a huge problem because they don't use the recommendation. And when you store an password, API key, or important key using this default configuration, the key keep in plain text. So it's terrible. We know a bit. And so it's about the data in 2022, after analyzing more than 1,000 Flutter apps. Guys encountered most than 70% shared preference used by the apps. And so here's a little bit. The data came from 2022, but I think nowadays the things doesn't change because the adoption of frameworks increasing day by day, and security not follow the same idea. And here are data about the React Native. Okay, Reactive bring all the problems that we have in JavaScript and our web application, bring to the mobile applications. So things like XSS, injections, anything. Everything we have in our web application, React bring to us to our mobile. And specifically in Reactive, we have a major problem because when developer uses the Reactive compile one binary, and after the binary is compiled, the team probably is thinking about, oh, we don't need to worry about anything more because we have a binary. This binary is completely different from the Swift binary or the binary generated by Kotlin, because this way are secure. No, because the binary generated by React, okay, need more effort by the security professional, but we can do reverse engineer and extract a lot of information. So it's very, very dangerous. Here we have an example of this. One CVE from 2002, where the app for telemedicine was compromised. The patient data was exposed because the developer team don't use the best price from Google or Apple and trust 100% on the framework. It's very, very dangerous and it's terrible. So, as I said, the idea is a short presentation as start a discussion about the use of framework. And so I think framework is very helpful and uses day by day of the company, especially bank and financial institutes, because they use framework in a lot of segments. But the point is, don't forget to follow the recommendations from the manufacturer. If you use React or Flutter to develop your iOS app, don't forget to follow the Apple recommendation. If you use develop Android app, don't forget to use the Google recommendation. And the most important point is always try to use the OAuth guideline, because OAuth exists on, I don't know, but more than 15 years and help us in different scenarios. And mobile is different. We have the OWASP guide to MSDG, learning us to do different tests in different scenarios. And it's very important. I think the companies nowadays need to adopt the OWASP because it's really, really important to us. So that's my short presentation. It's not a technical. The idea here is, I said a million of times, start a discussion about the use framework in the right way, not in the wrong ways. Don't use it because they're fast, but use it because they can help us in our day in general situation, not in put one more functionality, right?
Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
And if we have ready, so next speaker is Michael Reboutin from Canada. Before Michael will prepare that, so he will presenting on applying artificial intelligence safely in ISC and OT incidents response. Okay, and I see you are ready, so it's yours.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Hope all is well. Are you able to hear me? Am I audible?
We hear you very well.
Okay, now. So first things first, before we begin, just a disclaimer. So everything that I'm going to be speaking here is based from an experience, from breaches, from real life experience, not from ChatGPT, YouTube, or anything else. So whatever I'm going to be saying here is from experience, from the past, I would say since 2014, when I started on malware analysis, reverse engineering, and building the DFIR program from different organizations, small and startup organizations, enterprise who are building their cybersecurity capabilities. Another disclaimer is whatever I'm going to be saying here has nothing to do with my current organizations where I am working with. So without further ado, okay. So again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are today. My name is Michael Reboutin. I am based from Toronto, Canada. So let me begin with this slide deck here. AI, digital forensics and incident response in industrial control system / operational technology / supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA, is a practitioner-led framework. Okay, meaning to say this is not meant to be for beginners who are exploring and at the very next day when you do something you messed up in the OT environment, you're gonna be handling over your resignation letter because you have disrupted the operations, and you thought whatever you've acquired from your 1 week cybersecurity certifications from a very expensive institute is gonna be applicable. So okay, so it's not a 1:1 practice in the IT enterprise and in the industrial control system and operational technology. So applying AI to the digital forensics and incident response in the ICS OT environments without violating the safety, okay, compliance, operational trust, reliability, and productivity. So before I go to the next slide, again, you will see a lot of posts in Facebook and LinkedIn, especially, that's saying that the CIA triad is directly proportional to the IT, which is CIA and then IAC or AIC or something like that. I would like to correct, and those expert who has 20 years of a seasoned practitioner, we could have a debate on this. It is totally incorrect. CIA triad is applicable for the IT enterprise. Yes, because we are all dealing with data, digital data. However, in the OT environment, it's different. Remember these keywords: SRP, suggested retail price. That's for the commercial, but just for the mnemonic, SRP means safety first. Okay, safety first / availability. Okay, then R is reliability, and then P is productivity. So in IT, there is no life on stake, while in OT environment, there is a life. Imagine an energy sectors, power grid, water and waste will get compromised. People will die, especially water. You're going to be drinking water from the faucet. Okay, so having that said, AI does not investigate incidents in ICS OT environment. It's still the people. So I'm gonna be sharing you my solid foundation. It's always people, process, lastly the technology. Only technology will be the last one. It's always people and process. That's why you will see a lot of postings that there is a shortage on skills, or in the cybersecurity. It's not true. But however, in the context behind that, it's because there is no right people to fit or to fill the job. That's the very reality. So in this context, whatever we're using today, don't get hype on those, AI attack or AI driven attack or something like that. No, they don't revolutionize the attack. They speed up. Yes, they generate faster than ever, because before we needed to, the bad actors, even programmers, we need to do some, a lot of codings manually, right? But with an AI, the 7 hours will make you just a 30 minutes job. So AI just removes the friction between the evidence and the truth. But the most important in the digital forensics and incident response is the integrity. Okay, so that's why we always, number one rule in the digital forensics is preserving the evidence, so it would be admissible in the court of law. All right. Now, the practical AI assisted digital forensics for ICS OT environment. Okay, as what I mentioned earlier, it just speed up our it helps us, especially on the timeline. Forensics, usually it backtracks what happened. So that's why it's a reactive, right? Imagine the E is equals to MC squared by Albert Einstein. So, it reversed. The atomic bomb exploded. So let's reverse it. What happened? So same thing with in the forensics, every contact leaves a trace. So that trace, that's according to Dr. Lockhart, by the way, that's not mine. It's his principles, okay? But it's also applicable in the digital forensics. Now, backtracking what happened there, that's what makes AI would help us on the timelining. Okay, it speed up, but at the end of the day, it's still the person, it's the people, it's the analyst who say, okay, this is the evidence is pointing directly towards the person. But again, at the end of the day, it is the judge who will say, oh, the evidence is inculpable or exculpable, or meaning to say, the whoever the person is, directly or indirectly, could be, the judge will say, oh, the person is guilty versus not guilty. It's not the analyst will say, oh, the person is guilty, he's gonna go to the jail or something, or the the evidence pointing to this advanced persistent threat or something like that. No, the AI will just help us on the investigation, but at the end of the day, it's the person who will, collate all the evidences, okay, based from the help of the AI on the timeline. And so AI does not gives a verdict. All right, probably it will give some hint or some probably recommendation, but at the end of the day, it's the person who will say, oh no, this is not accurate, okay, or I'm gonna be doing some manual old school investigation because I don't believe on this. So it's still the person. And why this talk exists, it's because many IT practitioners thought that it is 1:1 again. So whatever they are doing on the adhering the NIST framework SP 800-61 revision 2, now going to revision 3, it's also applicable to the OT. Okay, it's not it's not that what they keep on saying. If it is not broken, don't fix it. So that's the OT mindset. So still, whatever, that's why it's very hard to install antiviruses in the OT environment. Okay, you could not install something in the programmable logic controller, the PLC. Probably yes, in the data historian workstation, in the control engineering workstation, yes, probably in SCADA server, okay, but still, that's why whenever you are looking for an endpoint detection and response tool, ask them, are you certified? Have you tested it thoroughly for not just a 1 month, 2 months, but a year of testing? Because many, on the OT environment, it's a no-no to put some other additional load. Okay, so another one is logs are incomplete or unreliable because it's volatile. Imagine, they don't have much of a data storage. Some of the one that I've experienced before, they only have 2 gig of hard disk drive. So imagine that one, 2 gig, just operating system, and then some few OT, software, and then it keeps on purging. All right. So that's why most of the ICS OT environment, they just put some intrusion detection system. I don't want to mention some vendor's name, but that's what they do. Okay, more of a network level. That's why if you are a one of the a must skills to have in digital forensics and incident response in the OT is to have an in-depth skills knowledge in Wireshark. It's a free version. It's a free and open source software. That's why I'm that I could say it. It's not a commercial vendor. So that's one. Zeek, Network Miner, they have the free version. That's how they use. Later on, we will go to other tools that you could use, which I keep on repeating over and over. Okay, so safety and uptime overrides everything, even in patching. Okay, probably if you are a member of a threat and vulnerability management team, you may say, oh, you have an exploited vulnerability in your ABC devices. Oh, they will say, oh, if it is not broken, don't fix it. Okay, it's up and running. Okay, so safety first, uptime first, 99.99999 even to the last 9, it may not be applicable. Okay, so that's why maybe some of you were curious, why does hospital or health tech environments are easy target? It's because whatever has been tested on the Windows 7, on the old operating system, their MRI, X-ray, whatever tools they're using in the hospital has been tested on that operating system. If they patch it, Windows 8, 9, 10, 11, whatever it is, it will no longer work because it's not has been tested there. So hence, the bad actor knows what are the flaws on those old operating system. Okay, so the core problem in ICS OT DFIR is PLC were not built for forensic investigation. That's why it's more of a network, traffic. Okay, ARP spoofing, denial of service. Those are the things. So you will look on that one on the network level. You could not forensic that one. You could not acquire memory dump. You could not, probably the hard disk, yes. You could acquire the data disk drive dump, but not the memory forensics. You will not find anything there. Okay, especially if you're not trained in the or practitioner in the OT environment, you will not know. Okay, you will not even know what are the protocols running on those. Modbus or whatever services, or even the port numbers. You're not, if you are not practitioner, you will not know. All right. Historians overwrite or aggregate data, so it keeps on. Whatever is new today, it will override tomorrow and then later on. So it's volatile. Okay, you should, you're a practitioner. You should know the order of volatility. Okay, so shared engineering workstation. So it's not like an IT in the IT enterprise that we're given our own laptop, workstations, cubicle, cell phone. So in the OT environment, it's a shared. So everyone is using, probably they're using one username and password and access. Okay, that's the reality. So clock drift destroys linear timelines. So this is the very important that I mentioned earlier. So AI would be able to help on the aggregating, collating all the timelines and put it into the right place for the analyst to make it easier. Okay, that's it. And it's still, at the end of the day, it's the person, it's the analyst who will say, okay, this is most likely what happened during the incident. Why AI fails when used naively in OT? So be extra careful, whatever. That's what I mentioned earlier. If you are, a seasoned practitioner in the IT enterprise of being a digital forensics and incident response, don't brag that with an OT person. Okay, that's nothing to them. Okay, unless you are really a practitioner also on the ICS OT environment, you will know that disaster recovery, business continuity is the number one, and it should be put in your playbooks. Whatever in your playbooks, you could not just say, oh, let's contain this because it has a suspected ransomware. That's why indicators of attack, IOCs, does not work. In the it's not an effective mechanism or I would say detection and prevention in the OT environment. Okay, so most AI assumes cloud access. Okay, and raw data ingestion. So autonomous decisions create safety and compliance risk. So whatever that compliance is that the organization is working on, then All right. So that could be ISO 27001 or 02. So yeah, be careful on on what you're doing on in the OT environment. Make sure that it has been reviewed by both parties, not just on the your boss in the IT, but also the director in the OT environment. And so it's a mutual. All right. Next is, it's quite small. Black box conclusion destroy trust. Meaning to say, just like in pen testing, black box, you don't know anything at all. Okay. So it's a close collaboration, coordination, and cooperation with the OT people. Okay. OT requires explainability and human control. So that's why PLC is just 1 and 0, on and off. That's the only functions of the PLC. So it requires human control. Yes, there may be some I would say they're using the word convergence. It's a risky, very risky, because it opens a big gap. It's especially on the risks compliance, but it is what it is, right? Business needs to to generate money, but there should be some other compensating control, especially human control. Okay. AI, digital forensics and incident response, the correct model. Okay. So AI augments the speed and correlation. So again, it's just a speed similar to the attack. Whatever, don't get hype on, oh, there's they could use AI now for attack or something like that. There's no, I would say, revolutionary really, on that side. That's why I'm not hype. I'm not, whoever is something like they could not sleep at night that because of the AI thing or something. It's just a speed up, everything. So same thing with in blue teamers, in defenders. It's just a speed up our analysis, conclusion, bottom line, upfront, on our investigation. Okay, but at the end of the day, it's still the person. When we present it in the court of law, that and still the judge will not ask the AI. It's the expert witness. They will ask a expert witness, can you explain this to us, what happened, right? It's not the AI. They will not call robot or can you explain this? No, right? So human retains authority and accountability. It's not the AI that hey boss, I messed up because the AI give me this idea, give me this something like that. So I myself, I use a lot of AI, but at the end of the day, you should know what to tell, what to prompt the AI, the gen AI, right? You should know based from your experience. If you are not an experienced one, you thought everything is in there is correct and accurate. No, you should, as a person, you are accountable and you need to check them, proofread. All right. So AI never makes containment or remediation decisions. It's a very no-no. Okay. You could, yes, the SOAR is actually an AI. AI is a bunch of if-else condition. If this has happened, this is gonna be the next action. If else. Okay. If you're a programmer, you know what I mean. So AI never makes containment that, especially in the OT environment. Oh, if you detect something like this, you contain the machine. No, safety, reliability and productivity. Remember that, not CIA triad, please. All right. So, and then remediation decision, person, okay, people, process. AI is just a technology that could help the, the person, the people, and in the process. So the remediation decision is still be on, on human. Okay. And even though you are the owner of the company or the organization, you are not an expert. You're expert on financial, probably because you wanted to run your business smoothly and generate a lot of dollars. But at the end of the day, leave it to the expert in this field. Framework alignment. Okay. So what we use in the IT is the NIST framework SP 800-61 revision 2. That's what I mentioned earlier. Now, there is a framework that is meant to be for the ICS. Okay. The NIST framework SP 800-82. So, when you're doing your playbook, even your tabletop exercise, put them together. Okay. So at least it will be aligned in your goal. Okay. And then there's a NIST AI risk management framework. You should have an alignment to this one. So, the ISO 27001 audit is just like a checklist, but the especially on the first three that I've mentioned, it's where the people and process, put them together, and then they follow it as a playbook. Especially in the incident response, we should not be a cowboy that you could just point and shoot. Let's follow the playbook. Okay, if there's any problem on the playbook, you put some a gap analysis or something. Playbook, by the way, is a it's a living document. It's not it's not written in the stone. It should be because as attacks was different from yesterday, today, and tomorrow, same as the playbook as well, and same as the mindset of the people. Okay. All right. Evidence comes first. Network capture and firewall metadata. Every contact leaves a trace, according to Dr. Lockhart. Okay. When he meant that for a person, when somebody died, there should be some reason. Did the bad person use a knife? There should be some a fingerprints on that one. Did they use a time bomb or whatever that is? So it's also applicable in digital forensics. Every contact leaves a trace, so that could be on the network level. So engineering workstation artifacts. Okay, so this one you could probably do some memory dumps or something like that, but again, it's a shared environment, right? PLC diagnostics and event buffers. Okay, so it's just that whatever you could most probably what you can do, that one is just take a picture of those written on the screen of the HMC, the human machine or HMI, sorry, human machine interface connected to the PLC. That's the only one that you could put in the evidence and probably analyze it. Okay, historians, alarm, and the SOE sequence of events, timelining again. Okay, so these are the things that you may wanted to prioritize when investigating an incident in the ICS OT. Practical tool, tools that you could use. There are so many tools, right? But over and over, same thing when you took your certifications, whatever that is. They, the trainer, the facilitator will introduce you a lot of tools, but at the end of the day, it's just 4 tools, 3 tools. Same thing with the pen testing. Over and over, you're gonna be using Nmap. Okay, you could use Nmap in the OT, but it's be careful on the intrusive of the parameters that you're gonna be using. It's not one size fits all. Again, if you are not trained, and you have not been tested it over and over, don't do it, please. Okay, because it's not the same as the what they keep on saying on in the IT is CIA triad and the other one is AIC or something. No. Okay, so these are the tools that you may wanted to that you could explore. If you're using this in the IT environment, same thing. Okay, just be more in-depth, especially on the Wireshark. It's a very good tools. Okay. Timeline normalizations detects clock drift across sources, aligns events using physical indicators, produces confidence scored timelines. Okay, so again, it's just it's speed up our putting all together. Human is a brilliant has a brilliant brain, but it's slow. Okay, but AI, with the help of AI, it's speed up. Okay, now rule number 2, signal and behavior clustering learns normal process behavior. This is what the the SOC in the IT environment, it's very different. There was a debate 3-4 years, even 5 years ago, even before pandemic, that we could use SOC in to analyze as well the behaviors in the OT environment when there is a shared log ingestion. So no, I told the the leaders that no, they don't even understand what's Modbus. Okay, what are the other services and ports are running. So okay, and there's a lot of false positive when an EDR detects a tools used by the OT people. So I do a lot of malware analysis that, hey, this is benign, this is an OT, it behaves differently. Okay, separates cyber anomalies from mechanical noise. That's what I mentioned. Reduces false attribution. There's a lot of false positive alerts. When an engineer uses his enterprise laptop, tests something, and then it flags by the EDR solution that, hey, one of the users is doing some suspicious activity or something like that. So when I check it, oh, okay, another false positive from EDR solution. All right. Hypothesis testing. Okay, test constrained investigative hypothesis evaluates plausibility, not blame. Human validation is mandatory. So people, process, and technology. Tools. Okay, not be a tool centric, not be a technology centric. Mindset first. Okay, so fine tune your mindset when especially in digital forensics and incident response. It's always human validation is required. What AI must never do, okay? Auto remediation or containment. SOAR, especially, it's not one size fits all. If you are using security orchestration and automated response, leave the OT on the alone. Even the server itself, the critical server, you cannot just contain a web server. Okay, so it's you may say, yes, I can do that one. Okay, I'll leave it up to you. It depends on your organization. But in the OT environment, it's a no. At the end of the day, somebody will get fired. and that is whoever the SOAR engineer is and whoever signed that, approved that automation. Okay, override safety system, safety, reliability, and productivity over and over. I'm gonna be hypnotizing you to to change your mind at the end of this presentation, because it's not CIA, it's SRP, suggested retail price. Declare root cause. Okay, it's always the person who declare the root cause based from the evidence. Okay, ingest raw OT data into cloud LLMs. So this is what another convergence is. Okay, it should be the backup should be, if you've heard about the 321 or 3211 backup, do that. So that's where your raw OT data should go, on the air gap. Okay, meaning to say it's not connected. Yes, not really an air gap, it's an air gap because you need to somehow pull the the data to the backup, but it's a diode, one directional network. Okay. All right. Compliance and privacy by design. On-prem or air-gap AI deployment, data minimizations and masking, explainable outputs, human in the loop, enforcement. So, okay, these are just few guidelines, but feel free to explore more of especially from the NIST framework, from the the AI framework that I mentioned. In Canada they have the PIPEDA. In Europe they have the GDPR. In the US they use the NIST framework as well. And in networking, Purdue is not yet dead. Use the IEC 62443 compliance as well when you're designing. Yes, you could also use the CIS benchmark. It has been there for a long time. So put them all together. Okay, and of course sit down with the OT expert. You may be an expert in the OT in the IT enterprise, but not it's a different species. Real world use cases, PLC logic manipulation investigation. Okay, OT ransomware with process impact, insider misuse during maintenance, and regulatory and insurance reviews. So there are attacks, directly attacks in the OT environment, but very less. Most of the time they attack the IT first, meaning phishing attack, social engineering attack. Okay, sending some malicious links over the calendar invite. Okay, and then of course most of the email gateway security does not detect that one. They only detect email but not the calendar invite. You may want to check that one as well. Okay, so most of the attacks are coming from the IT environment, and then they goes to the to the OT environment. It's very less. There are, but very less direct attack in the OT environment. Okay, what success looks like? Faster investigation. Okay, because it's speed up. That's the use case of an AI in digital forensics and incident response as a whole. Okay, stronger evidence timelines. Okay, at least when you have, let's say for example, when you are doing your incident, your incident response and analysis for, let's say, 3 days. Okay, and then one day you already finish up because you've used augmented the AI. You still have another day to use your human brain, that the grand geometrician, the great architect of the universe given us, right? So use that one. Operational trust maintained. Okay, it's at the end of the day, it's not the AI is gonna be trusted, but as your reputation as a person. Audit ready documentation. Okay, that's will make your life easier in putting up the documentations in a very in a good timeline of the events. Okay. And final message, okay, before we end up this presentation: AI does not replace OT, digital forensics, and incident response expert. Okay, that's not gonna happen. There's so many. I've tested that over and over. There are so many false positive and not right, not 100%. So that's not gonna happen. It compresses time and reveals hidden relationship. So correlation again, timeline, putting up all together. Just be careful. And I know some digital forensics know this, that we are using a same time zone, right? So if you are investigating, especially if it is you are using a cloud-based investigative tools or something like that, different time zone affects the investigation. You know what I mean? Human remains accountable for decisions, not artificial intelligence. Okay. And lastly, I will leave up to you a question. If AI can accelerate every part of OT forensics except the one thing that matters most, human judgment, how do we decide which task we should never let machine touch? I will leave this question to you. Thank you, and hopefully you've acquired even just 1% knowledge based from this presentation that will add up in your daily routine. So thank you. Have a great day. Stay safe wherever you are, and continuously revolutionizing your skills and knowledge in the cybersecurity, especially in the ICS OT environment. Thank you, and once again, stay safe and Godspeed. So more it be.
Thank you, Michael, for your very impressive presentation. And actually, I have one question for you.
Sure. Yeah.
In general, what do you think is the biggest challenge in AI?
The biggest challenge?
In AI?
Yeah. Accuracy. That's the number one that I keep on observing. Whenever I ask something, it will give, let's say, for example, I'm going to be asking, let's say, the threat landscape. What is the, let's say, what is the threat landscape in this kind of sector or environment or something like that? So it's very specific, meaning to say, an example is, let's say, power grid, right? You ask about the power grid, it should be relevant to power grid only. And then it will pull out so many things that, hey, there is a, there's a new advanced persistent threat, the zero APT, OPT, they call it, targeting energy sector or something like that, So, but I'm actually asking only the specific, power grid or something, though it's the same OT. Probably it's correlating to the OT environment or something, but you could not just say that to your boss, or hey boss, there's a new advanced persistent threats targeting energy sector, and then the boss will say it's irrelevant. We're not energy. We're power grid. We are a different organization. We're different sectors. So accuracy keeps on so be careful on that one. Don't just copy and paste it. Proofread it. And again, it will be the human decision, not AI's decision. So yeah. So that would be my question on accuracy.
Thank you so much.
Any more? Please keep on coming. I want this to be more debatable, because I see a lot of posts in LinkedIn that is very inaccurate. I just don't have time. What I just do is smirk that, okay, this guy does not, he may have some expert level in his LinkedIn, something like that, but It's not, if you're not practitioner, if you don't, if your hands are not greasy, you know, before you become a CISO or something, that's not true. So that's why be careful on so many vendors telling that they are number one in the market. So create a very technical use cases. Okay, the business case will follow, because you know you need to prove, you know, to get a budget from the leaders that, hey boss, we need to implement this and something like that. But at the end of the day, when you are evaluating a vendors, you know, do your research, in-depth research, that based from your experience, plus of course from the internet and from your friends. You know, I'll give you number one. There is one thing that I could that I did not see even in the MITRE ATT&CK framework, and even I asked a lot of vendors if they are able to detect and prevent stegware. Even DLP, they will not be able to detect that one. Stegware is steganography malware. The malware has been put in the steganography steg, right? They will not be able to detect that one. If you are a vendor listening to me now, ping me. Let's have a, you know, online debate and challenge. Let's test your number one solution that you're claiming. Any more question?
I really liked your presentation because you even like were talking about that the people are scared that the artificial intelligence will replace their works, which is kind of like for the random people when they are just hearing about the AI is the first thing which they are thinking, right? So,
Yeah.
and for the companies, especially in the Europe these days, is many topics about the AI Act, because some countries already implemented, some countries still preparing on the nation area or in the nation level, but still companies, it looks like for me that still companies that don't know what to do with that. They are just imagine that the AI is some tool and we are put into our computer and that's it. But it's not true. And sometimes they are forgetting about the privacy, about some kind of security, which is also connected with that. And many another, like, I can say, things which we have in the end in our responsibility.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
very big topic, and in the same time, if they are really not learning and educated by themselves as well, and company as well, so I don't think so it will go right way.
Yeah, so that's why it's always people and process, you know. We, if organization could not stop users using, you know, AI, there is a security level on that one. They just the user, they, you know, they could just do something about making sure that I forgot the settings. Let's say, for example, in ChatGPT, there's a settings that, you know, you could the tool will not send the data outside for to making it enhance or for enhancement or something. So, you know, just disable that, you know, that button there, and you know, that's one, if they could not really stop it. But yeah, so it will be depending on the policy as well. I see a lot of organization that it's allowed and some are not allowed, but still there's a when I check, there is still a gap. You know, not the AI itself, but you know, they thought, because they are laser focused, oh, we want to stop the AI, but they are forgetting others as well. So to do that one, my solution is threat modeling. Okay, they should do some threat modeling. Okay, we are able to stop the use of AI, and then what else? Okay, this is your solution. Let me look for a loophole a gap on that solution that you have until you get the very bottom of the the solution. So still, I will be going back to the old jokes, meaning old jokes. It's very, very old, that if you want to be secure, bring your hard disk drive with you.
I agree.
Yeah.
So
All
I
right.
think
Any more question?
I will have so many, but our time is not that big. So
Yeah. Ping me in LinkedIn. Let's, yeah. Thank you and have a great day.
thank you for your presentation. Thank you. And if we have ready the next speaker is from Netherlands, and his name is Senat Arak.
Yes. Hello, Sandra. How are you?
How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. Hello from Amsterdam, by the way.
Thank you so much. And it's yours?
Thank you. So today, I'd like to speak a little bit about, do you guys want me to share something to present, or is just to discuss about autonomous SOC and what we are doing for that in that field? As you wish. For me, is the same, honestly.
I think it depends on you what is the most comfortable.
Okay. So then let me just share my screen. Window. Okay. So I mean, I'm going to talk a little bit about us and then about the platform. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. So I don't want to do too much about the classical speech. I like to talk about the AI in our world and how we can fix in a cybersecurity operations center. So my name is Senat Arak. I'm a founder and CEO of Imperum out of Amsterdam. Yes, I've been in cybersecurity more than 28 years, and in the past I used to work in a SOCs, building SOCs, operating them. And recently, 4 years ago, I founded Imperum, which is a AI-based SOC platform, so cybersecurity operations center platform. So when we are going back in the time, we're going to see that for many, many years, there were some challenges in the cybersecurity operations center world that has been never fixed. Number one was understaffed people. Okay, so we cannot find people to run our SOCs. Number two is the amount of the technologies that we use, which is forcing our analysts to jump from one GUI to another one to be able to figure out what happened in a one single alert. And number three is keeping in a pace with or losing pace against the new threats, because they are evolving, and we need to keep our analysts all the time, updated with the new threats. Today, we can fix this with AI features. Okay, so there are many agentic AIs that you can find in the market. We at Imperum, we develop a lot of them. So we have AI agents for engineering. So basically, which is helping you to integrate the stuff using AI. We have agentic AIs that can, do workflow designs and stuff like that. But most important thing is the AI agents for operation. Okay, so those AI agents, so the AI agents in the top, they're acting like a DevSecOps, right? Integrating the stuff, writing the code, connecting the technologies and stuff like that. While the operational agents are acting like a SOC analyst. So we have an investigation agent and forensics agent and many other agents in the field. How you can leverage these agents? So we usually at Imperum we have this API, plug and play integration, right? So basically here, what you do, you can just literally come to API and you can send us unknown emails. So let's say that you have an email security technology, which is checking about the phishing emails. But when phishing email coming in, the technology is analyzing and is giving free output. Is phishing email, is legitimate email, or is it unknown? So this unknown emails, the unknown verdicts, is always going through a human verification. Okay, and this takes a lot of time. That's why the agentic AI that we built here, especially designed for phishing analyzing, is going to analyze these emails. He's going to act like a human, and he's going to learn and memorize himself by the time. So you send those emails to our API, or agentic AI analyze them and gives you a verdict. The second one is a EDR enrichment. So, you know, in normal world, we receive a EDR alert, and then we need to analyze this EDR alert. So we are mimicking the human steps here using AI. So you send the EDR alerts, or agentic AI analyze them, it gives the verdict. If he can automatically close the alert, or he can query another AI agent. So we call multi-layer agentic approach. He can trigger another agentic AI saying, hey, I think that something happened here. Go and check in your CM. And then another agentic AI going to go and look at your log source about if this alert is legitimate or not. And then he can come back and he can say, hey, something happened. He can trigger another agentic AI which can do forensics. Okay, so as you can see here, we're already replacing three kind of SOC employee. We are replacing the employees for investigation, hunting, and response. Okay, so this is the platform where we can use for our SecOps operation. When we are talking about the AI agents, you know, for investigation and forensics, as I mentioned before, right now we have 6 of them, but every day new use cases are popping up, and we are putting a lot of them in the place. So what I show you right now is very important for the in-house security operations centers. But when we are talking about the managed service providers, you know, are companies who are selling services, okay, they have another set of challenges, okay. Their challenges is totally different. Their challenging is, you know, they want to scale, but without losing the quality of the service. They have one hidden killer, which is the hidden cost killer, which is the API integrations. And the same things, burnout is always there, right? Because in this scenario, you need to scale a very large SOC to be able to serve 100 to 200 customers, okay? So again, you know, when we're talking about these 5 challenges here, right? Believe me, we can fix all of them right now using agentic AI technologies, okay? So this is about agentic AIs and what we have done in Imperum in recent years, okay? So if you have any questions about the agentic AI, autonomous SOC, and stuff like that, I'm more than happy to answer you.
That was very fast.
I mean, I don't want to go through a full, you know, demo, and I don't want to react too much on vendor, you know, kind of demo. That's why I was trying to talk and show a little bit, how we call it, general approach about the cybersecurity. You know, that's why, you know, I wanted to keep it short. And if there is some questions from our audience and from your side, I'm more than happy to answer you.
Maybe about the AI agents, how do you see in the future? I mean, right now you already have some kind of setup. You already know what you can do with them, where you can use it. But what about the future? Because
Look,
as technology is also like still improving, etc. So do you think there is some another potential, for example, in AI agent using or whatever connection?
So again, you know, let me tell you this one. I mean, the future of cybersecurity, especially human factor in cybersecurity, is not so bright. Okay, so that's number one. Every day we are finding a way to fix a broken things using AI. Okay, so this is really important. And you know, I'm not sure how much we can handle, you know, this kind of shift, because the main thing right now with AI is the hallucination, right? So everybody is talking about hallucination and stuff like that, but every day the hallucination of AI is going down and down because we start seeing models, and we built many of them, which are specifically designed for cybersecurity. Okay, and then when you have this kind of small models, then hallucination is going down, and then the quality of AI or help from that AI is rising. Okay, if we check the market, so last year January, the autonomous stock market and agentic stock market start popping in. We were already ready with Imperum because we are 4 years old platform. Okay, and January last year we started embedding AI in our product. We are not a AI. We are not a okay. So there is two things. You have a products who are selling AI like this their product. We call them ChatGPT wrap solutions. And then you have a platforms like ours, which AI is embedded on the product itself. So we are the second one, okay? And this is changing so rapidly that last year there was a couple of billion, investment from the VCs in autonomous stock and agentic AI platforms. And then end of last year, you remember there was an AI bubble, discussions, AI bubble, AI good. And this year we see that autonomous stock market is evolving. There is already a unicorn in our market, so very first one. And there is no more, afraid of the bubble, AI bubble and stuff like that. And this is going to take much more, from human workflow. And it's going to give time to analysts to spend for their other social activities.
I mean, like, even if I again take it out a little bit from the experts, but just for the random people, when they are hearing like the AI agents, so they see that there is some kind of possibility to make it for some like searching or some topic, which they don't need to again writing the prompt, right? They can just, everything will do that instead of them. But
look, I mean, when we are talking about the prompt, right? I mean, so let me tell you this way. So are you going to, I mean, when I'm checking in the AI world, okay, there is two things. I think that we jumped the first thing, not at Imperum, okay, because at Imperum at the first, we started using AI like a butler, like a robot to do the heavy lifting. That's how we started. Then we start using AI in a way where we are starting to ask him opinion. And these opinions were tied to the hallucination. And now we are hoping that we're going to go for an AGI, right? Where we're going to have a human kind of intelligence. Unfortunately, a lot of vendors, a lot of technologies, they jumped the first one. They didn't start using AI like a robot, but they started right away to ask AI about opinion. And that's why a lot of products, a lot of things has been failed because of these kind of things. Okay. At Imperum, we are using AI like a butler because look, I want AI to do the same job that I am doing, but much faster. So no mistakes, nothing, okay? Hey, AI agents, I have a problem in my machines. I want you to go in every single machine and to check if this user exists on those machines, right? So you are using agentic AIs that you are giving them a very strict, let's say, action to do. No hallucinations, no problem. They're going to go log in and going to check for that user. So a lot of vendors, they jump this step. They start asking, hey, AI, can you please tell me if something wrong is with these machines? Come on. Okay, so AI cannot know if something is wrong with this machine because there is some problem, right? So that's why at Imperum we start using AI like this at the first, and now of course when we collect the data, when I'm going to collect the data, look, hey Imperum Forensics, go in every single Windows machine, bring me the users, right? Direct prompt is going to bring the users. And now when he's collecting all the users, then you can ask AI opinion. Hey AI, can you please check which user has been created last or first? Or can you please check which user has been logged in first or last? Then you can ask this AI to help you with that collected information, right? So yep, so this is where we are going, honestly, okay? This is where we are going.
And maybe now we can a little bit continue when we say about some kind of cybersecurity or even the security. So there is the question, how are we safeguarding the AI agent from attacks, and will it require another set of profession to keep track, or is it self-sufficient? end.
Look, right now the okay, the AI has been learned and has been trained by the code, by the programs, by the code that we built for many years, like humankind, right? And this code was suffering by vulnerabilities, and a lot of problems and the bugs that the humans were leveraging them to do harm, right? Same thing is with AI. So if AI is going and learning this code, and because he can do much more faster reasoning, right? He can figure out much faster than human how to break and how to avoid, these safeguards that we are putting in the place. I personally think that, safeguarding AI, we need to have AI. That's my humble opinion, especially right now with the MCP servers and especially the model context protocols and their AI railways. So basically, every single AI agent or every single MCP server or whatever we call them, right? They are a direct shell. They are like giving the keyboard to somebody and to type whatever he wants. Okay. So I think that with agentic AI right now and with MCP, we are back to the 0-1 in IT world. Where in the back, we didn't have nothing from cybersecurity. It was just a plain passwords, and after that, we didn't know nothing about the attacks. There was no web attacks, there was no OS attacks, there was no network attacks. I think that with AI, we are on that first right now, and this is going to be evolved by the time. That's my hope, and that's my honest opinion. Okay.
I think now I can say thank you for your presentation and thank you for the answers.
No problem. Thanks for having me, and nice meeting you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye bye.
And after a small break will be presentation by Pavel Yosufovich. So stay with us and we will be back.
Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning. Thank you
Yes.
for joining us.
Sure.
So after small break, we are back, and now it's time for your presentation. Let me introduce Pavel Yosifovich from USA, and now it's yours. Thank you.
Should I start right now?
Sure, you can.
All right, so let's see how do I share my screen. So good morning. I think we should start around 12 p.m., right? But yeah, I'm happy to be here. My camera is not really aligned in a good angle or something because my setup is a bit weird, but we'll see what we can do. So let me first try to share a particular screen. Okay, let's see. Okay, can you see my shared screen?
Not yet. On the way, I guess.
See, okay.
Yeah.
How
So
about now? Yeah.
now we see.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll start. So welcome everyone. Thank you for joining me, whoever is live today. I want to talk today about something called NTDLL or Native API, which is the fundamental Windows API, so to speak, that we can use to access the kernel. And so I call this session the native powers because we're using the native API. And of course, I'll explain what that is. So my name is Pavel. I've been around in the security space and the programming space for many years now. You can see here some of my books. Please buy them. They make me money, so it's always a good idea to buy them. And what I want to point out here is just a couple of things. So first, I'm a founder at the TrainSec. With TrainSec, you can find lots of articles and blogs and videos related to Windows internals and security and cybersecurity and malware analysis, things like that. And also there's like courses there you can purchase, but many things there are free. And also there's my YouTube channel. You can see the link at the bottom, which has lots of videos related to Windows internals and low-level programming. So again, this is mostly free, so just go ahead and register or subscribe and you can watch that. So without further ado, let's just get into that. So we'll start with the basics of Windows architecture and exactly what is a native API, what can we do with that. I'll talk about native applications, some of the capabilities of the native API. So when you look at applications on Windows, if I run something, say, like Explorer or a Notepad or anything like that, what is actually happening there? So originally, Windows NT back in 1993 was the first version of Windows as we know it today. It offered actually three types of applications. The first one is what we are familiar with today, which is the Windows application. And these are the normal applications we're familiar with. But in fact, there was also two other types of applications that were available at the time. They were based on POSIX, which is a certain standard of Unix, and OS/2. And the idea was that Microsoft didn't really know whether Windows NT is going to succeed. And so they decided to cover all their bases and allow developers from, say, the Unix world and from OS/2, which was popular at the time, to recompile their applications using a Microsoft compiler, get a portable executable, a PE, and then run it on Windows, and it will just run. And that actually worked. So it did work, but at the same time, Microsoft didn't really know whether NT would succeed, and it succeeded way beyond their expectations. So with time, they decided to remove some of these subsystems. In fact, POSIX and OS/2 were removed eventually. And so each one of these subsystems had its own DLLs it would link against. That would be the APIs of those subsystems. So if you're familiar with the Unix, for example, or Linux, which is from that perspective the same thing, use APIs like open or read or write. These kinds of things were supported. And the question is, how would that actually work? I mean, how did that work on a Windows system, which is not a Unix system. And I'll explain that in the next few slides. And the basic idea was that they had their own DLLs, their own implementation of the API, but they all called the common API, which is the native API, which I'm really want to talk about in this session. And every subsystem also had a process that managed all the other processes of that subsystem in certain ways that makes it more appropriate for the behavior expected by processes in that subsystem. For example, for POSIX, which is basically Unix, there's these signals thing. So someone has to manage these things and like work with them. And there was a subsystem process manager. In the POSIX world, it was called PSX-SS.exe back in the day. Now, the term subsystem is a bit misleading or perhaps a bit overloaded these days, because many of you are probably familiar with the idea of a Windows subsystem for Linux, which also has the term subsystem stuck there. So is that the same thing? Not at all. It's actually implemented very differently. And if I have time, I'll talk about that a little bit. So what do we have today in terms of subsystems? We have just the Windows subsystem that remained. OS/2 was dropped in Windows XP simply because nobody was using it. And POSIX support was also dropped in Windows 8.1. Again, no one was using it enough for Microsoft to like invest time maintaining that. If you have a Windows 7 machine lying around, maybe a virtual machine, you can still find POSIX there. You can run POSIX applications. For example, you could do something very interesting, such as creating a file. In fact, you can create two files that have the same name, but different case in the same directory. Because Unix and Linux are case sensitive in terms of file systems, but Windows normally is not. If you try to do that with something like Notepad or Explorer, you'll find it doesn't work. If you try to do that with POSIX, it does work. And it just shows you that certain aspects of the kernel are not necessarily exposed to everyone. It means that NTFS as a file system is in fact case sensitive. It has really no issues with case. However, the Windows subsystem just asks the NTFS file system driver to be case blind, to disregard case. So essentially today we only have one true subsystem, which is the Windows subsystem. So we're running everything like Explorer, Notepad, Visual Studio, Edge, Chrome, whatever. These are all Windows subsystem applications. And these have nothing to do with the Windows subsystem of Linux, for Linux, which is something that Windows supports today, WSL. And the reason is that there's no need for any recompilation in WSL. With WSL, you take an existing binary from Linux and just run it on Windows. You don't have to recompile. You don't have to do anything. You don't need to have the source code, in fact. So it works in a very different way, which maybe I'll cover briefly at the end if we have time. So let's summarize that by looking at the Windows architecture and see how these things kind of converge. So if you think about processes, we have these processes like Explorer running or Edge or any other process you like. And processes have to do stuff. They want to do stuff. They want to open files. They want to allocate memory. They want to load DLLs. And for that, they're going to need to use certain APIs. And these APIs, as part of the Windows subsystem DLLs, are contained within a bunch of DLLs like kernel 32, GDI 32, user 32, and so on. And so, for example, if Notepad wants to open a file, which is something we typically do with Notepad, those that are using Notepad, we're going to go to the File Open menu, and Notepad is going to call the Create File API, which is the official documented Windows API for opening or creating files. And this is implemented in kernel 32.dll with our, well, by the way, despite the name, it's still in user mode and it's 64-bit. If the process 64-bit, the name is kind of historical. In any case, since this is also happening in user mode, you can't really do that. You can't really open a file because at the end of the day, a file can only be opened by the kernel, by the NTFS file system driver or another appropriate driver. So we somehow have to go into the kernel. So create file can do certain things like check parameters, things like that, but at the end of the day, it has to move things forward, and it's going to invoke a function which is part of the native API implemented in NTDLL. This is the common infrastructure of all the Windows APIs, basically, or the fundamental Windows APIs. This is the thing that was common to other subsystems as well. So in the POSIX subsystem, for example, if I call the open function, which is a Unix or Linux API, it will call the NTDLL as well. And the function there is called NT_create_file. So create_file in the Windows subsystem calls NT_create_file, and open calls NT_create_file as well. So NT_create_file is something more fundamental that is common to any subsystem that sits in Windows. And that's really how things work. So NTDLL is going to have its NT_create_file function there, and it's going to be called. But this is not the end of the story, because what would NT_create_file actually do? NT_create_file is still in user mode, which means it can't really open or create a file regardless. So what it's going to do is going to make the transition into the kernel using something called a system call. Because really, the kernel is the only one that can do all these low-level things. It's just a matter of asking the kernel. So you can't just call some arbitrary kernel function because you feel like it. That would be a big security breach. Instead, you can only go through official channels. So these native APIs like NT_create_file are the official channels. And so NT_create_file is going to make the transition into the kernel by using a machine instruction like sys:\x64. It's going to put a number which represents the system call that we want to invoke right now in a register. In this case, it's the EAX register. So for NT_create_file, there's one number. For NT_read_file, there's a different number, and so on. So every system call has its own number. And then it's going to make that transition into the kernel, where there's a central function called the system service dispatcher, whose purpose is to take that EAX, that system service number, and index that into a table, which is called the system service dispatch table, which many of you probably have heard of, which has all the entries for all the native functions, all the system calls, and then just invoke the system call, which is going to call the appropriate part of the kernel, and then call the appropriate driver. I'm not kind of drawing that in this diagram to simplify things a little bit, but I'll show that in the next couple of slides. And then the operation is going to happen, and may succeed, may fail, depending on the call itself, and then result is going to go back into user mode and back to the original caller. So that's how any Windows API really works. And it doesn't matter if you're using C or C++ or some other high-level abstraction. For example, if you're using, say, C# or Java or Python or Rust, it doesn't really matter. Any function that you call there that does something based on I/O, like trying to open a file, it's going to eventually call create_file or NT_create_file directly even. It's possible, but you have to go through NT_create_file. You can't just do that in any different ways. Just not possible. That's the way to ask the kernel, please open a file or please create a file, which again may or may not work depending on the caller, security, and things like that. In Windows, we also have services. So services are these processes that typically are managed by the Service Control Manager. They can run automatically when Windows starts. We're familiar with services. Basically, services are normal processes, just have some special management on top of them. And they're just like any other process that can use the same subsystem DLLs just like anybody else. We have some system processes, those that typically are there. We typically don't touch them directly. They're kind of doing their thing, like the session manager and WinLogon and things like that. And again, they can use the subsystem DLLs, the normal Windows APIs, or they can work with NTDLL directly. In fact, some of them have to do that, and these are called native applications, which I'll describe momentarily. And finally, I mentioned that there is a process that has to manage or provide some extra management over processes of that subsystem. So for the Windows subsystem, which of course is the only one that survived, it's called CSRSS, or the Client Server Runtime Subsystem. The name is, again, very historical, but there's one of those for every session in the system. What we want to focus here in this session is NTDLL. What is going on in NTDLL? How can we use that? What interesting aspects of NTDLL are there? Because NTDLL is mostly undocumented. And that's why it's so interesting, and it's also more powerful than the normal Windows API, which I'll demonstrate and discuss. So the first thing we need to talk about are native applications. Native applications are those that depend on nothing except NTDLL. They can't depend on any subsystem. So if I mention that there's this just one subsystem, the Windows subsystem, we can say there's another kind of subsystem, which is not really a subsystem, but it's simply easier to think about it in this way. It's the native subsystem, or if you will, you can call that no subsystem at all, which means there is no subsystem DLLs, there are no Windows APIs being used or anything like that, the documented ones. Instead, there is a link directly to NTDLL, and that's the only dependency. One example of native application is AutoCheck. You've probably seen the case where sometimes Windows doesn't shut down gracefully. The next time you start the system, you get this blue screen, and there's something that says that you want to check your disks. So what is that? This is in fact AutoCheck. And AutoCheck is one of those startup applications that are launched by SMSS, the session manager. The session manager is the first user mode process created. It has a bunch of duties, and one of them is to launch all native applications that are registered in a particular location. And here's that location. There's a value called boot execute. You can find that in this location in the registry under HKey local machine, system command control set, control session manager. And the list of applications there, by default, it's only AutoCheck, but you can add your own if you wish. And then it will run automatically by SMSS at startup. And you can do very interesting things there, because when it's running with superpowers. SMSS has superpowers, and it's launching those applications, so they have superpowers as well. They can do anything they want, basically, on the system. So it's a very powerful thing. You can see this by looking at the registry, of course, but you can also use some tools, like in this case, you can use autoruns. Autoruns from CC Internals, you're probably familiar with that tool, and if not, it's a nice tool to look at. Provides information about all the things that might happen automatically without you knowing necessarily that these things are happening. So there's the everything tab here, but there are some other tabs which provide a subset of that information. And one of them is boot execute. This is where we see everything that is running as a native, as a boot application. These are, we can see the list here of applications that are going to be run by SMSS. Like I said, by default, there's just one, which is called the AutoCheck. So it's, in fact, AutoCheck is just a name, but the command line is AutoCheck and star. Star just is a command line parameter to AutoCheck that says check all the disks, basically. But there are other command line arguments that AutoCheck can accept. And this is a native application. How can we see that? Well, we can, for example, go to something like a Total PE or any other application that can look at PEs. So if I take AutoCheck and just grab it from my other screen, doesn't matter, just get it from System32, you can see in the import it has a single dependency, which is really the one that matters, which is NTDLL. That's the thing, it depends on. BCD is another helper library for accessing the boot configuration data, but it's not very interesting for our purposes here. So NTDLL is the only thing. If you look at a normal application, something completely different, like more standard, say like Notepad, let me drag Notepad here, you'll see that in the imports, there's lots of things. There's GDI, there's User32, there are many of these API sets and common controls, lots of dependencies that are based on the Windows API, because Notepad is an application that belongs to the Windows subsystem. And you cannot run such an application very early in time when SMSS is the one launching applications. It can only use native applications that have just one dependency that matters, which is NTDLL. So these are native applications. You can definitely write your own. And I'm explaining in the Windows Native API programming book that I wrote in 2024, I explain how to do that. It's not that difficult, but I can show you what that might look like. So I have an example here. So here's an example of a native application. What actually makes this a native application? The first thing is that if you note, there is no main function. There's no normal main function we're familiar with, because the normal main function that we're familiar with in normal applications, so here's another application which is kind of normal. So we have here a function called the main. Here's main, that gets an argc and argv. So many people think that the main function is really the first thing that's happening in the process. This is far from being correct. In fact, if I put a breakpoint here, I'll see that, let me just run this just for fun. Doesn't matter what this application does. I just want to run this. So we get to a breakpoint here in main. So here we are. Here we go. We're in the breakpoint here. And if I look at the call stack, you'll notice that it's not really the first thing that is happening by far. It's being called by some invoke main function here. And this is being called by some scrt something here. And it starts with main crt startup, really. And so what we see here is that it's being called by something called the C runtime. So normally when we build applications, and if we look at any normal application, so to speak, you'll find that it's linking against the C runtime. And you might be wondering, why is that? Why do we link against the C runtime? What does that actually give us? So this gives us a few important things. For example, this main function, if you think about main functions in general, you've learned maybe officially, maybe you know that there is that main function, but the question is, who is going to call that? I mean, does the operating system really cares about this main function? The answer is no. It doesn't really care about this main function, because this is just very specific to the C language or C++ language. So it doesn't really care about that, and someone else has to actually invoke that correctly. There's another thing. Suppose you're creating a global variable. Those of you that are familiar with C++, what happens if I create a global C++ object that has a constructor? We know the constructor has to run before the main function actually executes. Why? Because the C++ standard says so. So if the C++ standard says this is how it's supposed to behave, someone has to implement that behavior. And the question is, who is going to run those constructors? And the answer is the C runtime does that. The C runtime has that extra code that it's running that calls this constructor. So without the C runtime, we don't have that. It means that if you create C++ global objects and you expect the constructor to run in a native application, for example, where there is no dependency on the C runtime, it won't happen. So we're kind of lucky, or feel like it's nice to have the C runtime, because it does a lot of things for us. So we get the behavior that is promised by the C and C++ standards. They promise that there's a main function, it's going to be called, you're going to get the parameters and all that. That's nice. So we get that by the C runtime. That's why we typically link with the C runtime. However, a native application only links with NTDLL. It has no dependencies on the C runtime. It cannot, because the C runtime itself is built on top of the Windows API, which is not available for native applications. And that's why the example here for a native application, there is no main function. Even if I write a main function, doesn't matter, it's not going to be called. And in fact, the function name that is expected is called NT-process startup. It's not going to be called main. I can actually change a linker setting and say, hey, let's call it main. I mean, fine. But it's not going to give us an argc and argv. It's not going to work out. It's expecting, in fact, it's giving us a pointer to the process environment block, or the PEB, which is something that many of you are familiar with probably. It's a user mode data structure representing some details about the process. It is mostly undocumented. And again, I describe many of its fields in the Windows Native API programming book and the course that I have on Transect. In any case, everything is there. In fact, the command line that we're familiar with argc and argv is there somewhere. It's just a matter of getting it out of there. And it doesn't have that nice argc, argv kind of split. We have to do these things ourselves manually. So that's the function. And in fact, if you go to the properties of this project, go to the properties in Visual Studio here, you can see that in the linker, in the input, we ignore all default libraries. We essentially don't link with anything except NTDLL. And in the system, we can see the subsystem is native. The default that you will see is something like console or Windows, representing one of these standard options that we use for normal applications. But we can't use that anymore if we want to write a native application that has no dependency on NTDLL, except NTDLL, and can run at startup by SMSS. So you need to change some settings here to make sure that there is no dependency on anything. So we get the PEB here, and then we can do basically whatever we want, but we can only use the native API. So for example, I'm using something simple here like anti-delay execution, which is the equivalent of sleep. So the sleep API itself is not available because we don't have access to Windows API here, but anti-delay execution is the one that's being called, in fact, by sleep. But now we can only call this directly. Whether this function is documented or not is something we can look up. Most of these functions are not documented, and that's intentional. Microsoft doesn't really want us to use this API. So they don't want anyone taking dependency on that. First, because the APIs, some of them are more powerful than normal Windows APIs. And secondly, Microsoft wants to have the flexibility to change things without anyone complaining. So the Windows API rarely changes, and if it is changing in some way, it's very well documented. But the native API, most of it is undocumented. Many of the documentation is actually available in the Windows driver kit because these are mirror functions. If you go back to the slides for a moment, let me see what I want to show you here. This slide right now is what that looks like when we call a function. So if you call a function from an application, could be a simple function like fread from the C runtime, or you might be using a different language like Python or C# or Java or whatever. You're calling their APIs. Eventually, they're going to call the read file function if they want to read from a file. And read file is going to call the native API, which is anti-read file, which is part of NTDLL. And then it's going to make the transition into the kernel. And the real anti-read file function is going to be called. In fact, the anti-read file function in the kernel has the same parameters as the anti-read file function NTDLL, which means that if I get a documentation for anti-read file in the kernel, for example, in the Windows driver kit, then it's the same function. So it has the same semantics, the same meaning if I call it from NTDLL. It's just that on the kernel side of things is the real implementation of anti-read file that does whatever needs to be done, like call the appropriate driver, like NTFS, that does whatever needs to be done. So that is the idea. So if I know how to use these APIs, I can do things. And in fact, I'll show a few examples very soon of using these APIs. But in general, you can use these APIs in a normal application. You don't have to write a native application. And I'll show that in other examples here as well. I'm just saying that if you want to write a native application that can run, for example, at startup just like AutoCheck, then you can. You can do that by doing a few things, like removing all dependencies and changing your main to this function, which is the one that actually is expected by NTDLL to actually be called. And of course, you lose certain things, like you can't have constructors for global objects running, but it's a small price to pay. And there are other ways you can go about it, and you have to kind of work slightly differently, but still you can do a lot of things using these powers. So AutoCheck is one of those examples. There's another example like CheckDisk. So in fact, CheckDisk is the equivalent of AutoCheck, but it is a Windows application. So I can call CheckDisk without any issues, just run it normally. So if I go ahead and try to run CheckDisk, I can do that. It will run. In this case, it requires me to run with admin privileges and all that. It will run. But if I try to run AutoCheck, here's what it's going to tell me. It's going to tell me that it's not going to run this because it can't be run in Win32 mode. Basically, it's saying that the create process API, the one that we typically use to launch executables, to create processes, cannot handle native applications. It just can't do that. And if we want to run native applications just like that, let's say for testing purposes, we can do that, but we have to write our own runner or our own creator, which I'll show you how to do. So I hope this makes some sense. Let's continue and see what else I can show you related to native applications and NTDLL in general. So native applications are just the ones that have dependencies on NTDLL only. But because of that little dependency, they have the ability to be part of boot execute and can be launched by SMSS when the system starts. So that's one nice thing that we get there. What else? If we look at NTDLL, what is inside NTDLL really? If we want to look at that, what would we find? So NTDLL has a bunch of things. First, it has the image loader, which is responsible for loading other DLLs and doing some like mapping and binding to exported functions, things like that when we load DLLs. It has an implementation for the heap manager. The heap manager is about managing small memory allocations. So if you're familiar with memory allocations, there's the virtual APIs, which always work in chunks of pages. So it's like big allocations are good there, but what happens if you need to allocate, say, 20 bytes? If you use something like virtual alloc, you'll get a full 4K page, but you just need 20 bytes. If you try to allocate another 20 bytes, you get a different page. So the heap manager's purpose is to manage these small allocations in an efficient way. If you're familiar with a function like heap alloc, heap free, and all these kinds of APIs, these are using the heap manager, in fact. There's also some thread pool support in NTDLL. The other things you'll find in NTDLL are functions which look like the C runtime APIs, like memset, sprintf, things like that, which is kind of interesting. Why are they there? So first, let me show you that. If I go back to TotalPE and I go to NTDLL, which I have here somewhere, and NTDLL obviously has no dependencies, so it has no imports, it only has exports. And this is the native API. These are all the functions that belong to the native API. Most of them start with the letters NT. So if I do something like NT create file, I can search for that. Here's NT create file. That's the function I mentioned earlier. And if I look at the implementation by disassembling it, I really won't find like some gigantic implementation because it's not really here. The implementation is in the kernel. The user mode side just says, okay, let's put the number in EAX representing this system call. On my system is the value 55 hex, and then the syscall instruction is going to make the transition into the kernel to continue executing really NT create file. And so all the other native APIs that are really system calls are going to look like that. So if I look at something like NT create key, which is to create a registry key, you can see something which is basically identical. The only difference is that the number stored in EAX representing the system call number is different, but the rest of the code is the same, because really these are just like trampolines, just these jumps into the kernel, quantum leaps into the kernel. And so there's lots of APIs here, and one such section, you can see APIs like memcopy and memcompare and POW and memset, these kinds of APIs that you might be familiar with from the C runtime, because the C runtime also implements these APIs. These are part of the C standard, so they're here as well. So the question is why? I mean, we do have the Visual C runtime providing another implementation of these functions. Why do we have them in NTDLL? And the reason is just to help those writing native applications. Because if I need to write a native application and I want to copy memory around, I want to use something like memcopy. It's a function that is easy to use, and it doesn't involve any kernel thing. It's just moving memory, copying memory from one location to another. There's no need to call the kernel for that. And so since I can't depend on the Visual C runtime, I can only depend on NTDLL. It's nice that I get this support out of the box. Even for more complex functions like sprintf and strcmp and even qsort, the quicksort implementation, which is part of the C standard, I get that kind of for free in NTDLL. So since native applications are mostly written by Microsoft, it's really to help Microsoft write native applications more easily, because these are just general things that are nice to have. So we have that in NTDLL as well, just to make it easier to write native applications. But most of the stuff that is important in NTDLL is related to those system call invokers, those NT functions that make the transition into the kernel, like NT create file that I've shown. And there are other functions there that start with the letters RTL for runtime library that provide higher level functions. Again, mostly they call NT functions eventually, or provide some a nice feature like converting a string to integer and things like that. That again, if you would like to do that manually, it's a chore and it's a lot of work, and you want someone else do that for you if you only can depend on NTDLL. So just to summarize that, you can see here some examples of how this transition to the kernel is actually happening within NTDLL. I have here 3 variations. One of them is a 32-bit code from some Windows 8.1 system, and I have 64-bit code for Windows 10 or 11, and there's also ARM64 code for Windows 11 running on an ARM device, and so a CPU. And so we can see here that the ideas are the same. The only difference is in the number, the system call number. So for this particular system, the value here is 8A hex for NT read file. For the 64-bit version, the number is 6, and it's the same for ARM64. But the idea is the same. We put some number into a register representing the system call we would like to invoke on the kernel. And then the sysenter function, sorry, the sysenter instruction is the one used for 32-bit, syscall for 64-bit on Intel AMD processors, and SVC is the one used for ARM64. And again, it doesn't really matter if you've never seen assembly and that kind of scares you. You don't have to worry about that. It's just there behind the scenes. And so just every NT function is going to look exactly like that. The only difference is the change in numbers. And you can see the numbers don't have to be the same on different systems. In fact, these numbers change from time to time. It's not really predictable, and they're not supposed to be the same necessarily. But of course, on a certain system with a certain version, they will always be the same. But on a future Windows version, things could change. In fact, they do change. And in fact, there's a website, I don't exactly recall the name, but you can look it up, that has the list of all the system call numbers in all Windows versions, starting with Windows NT 3.1, the very first version. So someone did a lot of like crazy work there. And you can see that some of the numbers change, and of course, new native APIs are created, new system calls are created, so new numbers created, and sometimes system calls disappear. They also sometimes are removed from certain versions and so on. But most are pretty stable. In fact, the fundamental ones are pretty stable. So this is what that might look like. So we talked about that, and so every time you want to do something that makes that does really something real, like allocating memory, working with files, loading DLLs, creating threads, whatever you try to do, the kernel has to do that. In order to get to the kernel, you have to invoke system calls. And so you typically call a documented Windows API, but you don't have to. So technically, you can go directly to NTDLL. The only thing that stops you, perhaps, is the fact that most of these APIs are not documented. That's one of the main reasons that I wrote the Windows Native API book that I already mentioned multiple times, because I try to document or provide information as to how to use these functions, because some of them are really useful and much more powerful than the normal Windows APIs. So now that we understand that, I want to show a few examples of this API, what we can do with that that we can't perhaps do with the normal Windows API. But first, I want to quickly kind of compare, if you're familiar with the normal Windows API, and compare that with the native API in terms of style and a few other aspects. So in terms of errors, if you're familiar with the Windows API, there's this getLastError function you need to call to see what happens, because most Windows APIs return a Boolean that says success or failure. But if it fails, you want to know why, you have to call getLastError. Some other cases, the error is returned directly. So there's no real consistency there. For example, registry APIs return errors directly, which is kind of annoying. The native API is much better organized, it's much better designed. Of course, the kernel APIs are the same. So they always return NT status, except for very few exceptions. And so you get the return value as the error value, which is NT status, just an integer, where 0 means success and negative values mean failure. In terms of strings, strings are typically used in the Windows API as a null-terminated strings, which is perhaps kind of easy because it's closely aligned with the C standard. But the native API uses Unicode string, which is a structure that describes a string. It describes a Unicode string, and it has a length there, something that does not apply to normal C-style strings. So they're always going to be converted to something like that before calling a native API. There's the create and open kind of functions. There's the specific APIs, and with native APIs, there's always a structure accompanying that called object attributes, where we specify things like names and some other attributes. So once you get used to the way the native API works and is designed, you get the hang of it, and then new functions you're learning about are very similar in the way you use them, which is nice. There's a lot of consistency there. It's less consistent in the Windows API. As we've seen, most of the APIs in native API start with NT or RTL. In the Windows API, it's a mess. API functions could have any name, and there's really no good way to know that one function is kind of related to another. Some of that is because of historical reason from 16-bit Windows and all that, but still, it's basically a mess. The API style in Windows API is very specific. For example, if you want to do something with a process, you have like gazillion APIs to do certain things with the process. With the native API, there's very few functions, like anti-query information process is a function that can give you process information, all sorts of information with a single API, just to specify the exact enumeration you want, what exactly the information you're looking for. And so it's a bit more generic. I wouldn't say it's necessarily easier, but at least you have less functions to deal with. Documentation, as I mentioned already, is full for Windows API. This is the official function Microsoft expects everyone to use. It's limited for the native API. Again, that's by design. But many of these functions are documented in the Windows driver kit because device driver writers need to use those functions as well. In terms of headers, Microsoft provides the official headers, but for the native API, there's a great resource called PHNT, the Process Hacker NT project, and it has almost full native APIs declaration. So just get it from GitHub, and I've done basically the same. So before I talk about some examples, I want to show a few more things related to native applications. So I've shown that I've written this simple native application. Let's say if I try to run it, and I mentioned already, we can't do that. So the question is, how can we actually do that? And the answer is we have to create our own runner. So what I've done here, create an application called Native Run, whose purpose is to run native applications. Basically, I have to use some native APIs like RTL create process parameters, and then RTL create user process to create process manually. So the details are something I'm not going to cover here, but the examples, of course, are going to be in GitHub, and I'll show the link at the end. And you can see how that is done. So with this, we can actually run native applications for testing purposes. So the basic idea is we create a process, and in fact, the first thread created there is suspended, so we actually need to call resume thread to kind of kick it into action. So let's see if we can do that. Let's see if I want to run this application. Here's native run my runner. I'm going to give it simple native as a parameter to run this thing. And what simple native does is just, as you can see here, it's probably maybe not easy to see, but it is using the sleep function to sleep for 10 seconds. That's what this is actually doing. Not very interesting perhaps, but good enough for demonstration purposes. The NT-draw text function here is not going to show anything on the screen because it only works as a native, as part of SMSS when it's running native applications at boot. So if you run this thing at boot, it will show you something. But here it's just going to sleep for 10 seconds. So I want to try to do that. Seems to be simple enough. I'm going to pass it to the parameter. As a parameter, you can see something is wrong. There is an an NT status returning there saying something is wrong. It's a negative value from a tools complement perspective, which means something is wrong here. It doesn't really work. And so we can try to figure out what that NT status is. In order to do that, I'm going to launch WinDebug. Just for fun, let's just launch WinDebug. Why not? WinDebug has a nice command called error that can do that for us. So let's just use that big thing just for this little purpose. I know it's a bit overkill, but still. So I'm launching a local kernel debugging session here, but it can be done in user mode as well. Doesn't matter. I'm pasting this number, and it says well, object path component was not a directory object. Something here is wrong with the path. Okay, so maybe I need to provide the full path because maybe there's no current directory. It makes sense. Let me just do that. So I'm going to give it the full path of the application I would like to run, the simple native thing. And I get the same error. I get the same error saying this path is bad. And if I check this, it doesn't really look bad. It looks good. It looks like exactly what I need. So what is going on here? And the problem is definitely not obvious. And that's because I'm using native APIs internally to find the executable. The native API doesn't really know what dcolon is directly. Dcolon doesn't really mean a whole lot to the native API. Native API works with the native object manager namespace, which you can see in various tools. One of them is WinOBJ. So WinOBJ is a sysinternals tool. I have something similar, but here's a WinOBJ. And if you think about something like C:, D:, these things look like very fundamental things in Windows. In fact, they're not. If we go to this directory called two question marks, global two question marks, you can see D: here is in fact a symbolic link. It's a shortcut of sorts that points to this device hard disk volume 7, which is really what the function is expecting. It's expecting me to provide D: as device hard disk volume 7, because that's really what it is. So that's one way to change that. If I change D: to device hard disk volume 7, I can definitely do that. Let's try. Device hard disk volume 7. And I'll try to run this. Now it runs successfully. We have this process running. Here's a simple native. Here it is. It's running for 10 seconds because now it's been destroyed. So this works. In fact, when you use normal Windows APIs like create file and you provide C: something, what happens behind the scenes? The API has to somehow convert that to what this really is, because C: is, again, something like this. But there's an easier way to go about it, because we do have these two question marks as something we can use, because this is where these symbolic links are at. So technically, we can use these two question marks here. And it always starts with the root. So you can use some of these symbolic links starting from the root, and one of them is these question marks. So in fact, I can do the same thing by replacing D: with \, which is the root, two question marks, and then D:, something like this. And this should do exactly the same thing. You can see it succeeds and it creates the process. So in fact, when you call a create file function, for example, you provide C: something, what create file does, or create, before calling create file, it changes that to two question marks C: before calling create file. In fact, you can see that if you do some user mode debugging, and if you're familiar with WinDebug, you can definitely see that in action. I don't really have time to show that, but it is what is happening behind the scenes. Because the native API, just like the kernel, always looks from the root of the object manager namespace, from this. That's what it sees. It doesn't see what C: is directly, but it is close enough because of that two question marks, which is a directory in the object manager namespace. These directories, by the way, are not in any file system. These are logical directories. They're all in memory, just representing some hierarchy. And there's lots of other interesting stuff here, but that's beyond the scope of this talk. Okay, so hopefully now we have a better understanding of what is going on in terms of native API and getting some feel to what it is. Let me show you and discuss a few examples of what we can do with that API. So first, if you look at system information, there's this gigantic function called anti-query system information. And just like I mentioned, this is a very generic function. So the thing you actually want depends on the system information class you provide. And there's a long list of information classes. You can see here just a partial list of the enumeration there. You can see there are more than 200 items you can ask for. And for each and every new Windows version, there's typically one or two more that are added to this list. You can get lots of information there without having to work very hard. So what what am I talking about? What kind of information? For example, processes. Let's say I want to enumerate all processes in the system. If you look at tools like Task Manager and Process Explorer, they enumerate all processes in the system, obviously. How do they do that? Well, the Windows API has some documented APIs to do that, like Create Tool Helper, Snapshot, you have WTS enumerate processes, you have enum processes, and these APIs are useful, but they're limited. The information they provide is limited. You get just a few details about the process. If you want to have more details about the process, your only choice using the normal Windows API is to call the open process function, get a handle, and then call some function that gives you more information. Now, the problem with that, first, it's slow. It requires you to have another call to open the handle to the process. And secondly, some process you just can't open necessarily depending on your powers. So open process might just fail, and you can't get those extra details that you might want. And so instead of that, you can use the anti-query system information function with the system process information. One of the enumeration values is also an extended one, and you get lots of details for free without having to open any handles. You also get thread information for all the threads in these processes if you want it. It's part of that information. Here's an example of what you get. You get this gigantic structure about a single process. So it's not just the process name and the number of threads or creation time. You get lots and lots of details for free with a single API call. In fact, this is the API used by Task Manager and Process Explorer to get the information that they provide, because it's much faster. And in fact, some of the details here, there is no API to give you that. And so you get all this stuff for free. You don't have to be an administrator even. If you are an administrator, you can get even more information by this extended process information structure. You need even more stuff. So that's one thing you'll find in native API. You can get more information with less calls, and sometimes things that you can never get. For example, the process sequence number here, it's a number that always goes up. It's not like a process ID which can be reused, but instead this number always goes up and never goes down. So it provides a unique way to identify a process on the system. You don't have to have the process ID and the creation time and all that. So this information, for instance, cannot be retrieved by normal Windows APIs. There's just no API that provides that. Another example, we know that if you look at something like Process Explorer, with Process Explorer, we can look at the information here at the bottom, and we can see a list of handles in a particular process. So the question is, how do we get this list of handles? If you look at the Windows APIs, there's just no such API. You cannot enumerate handles in your process or any other process for that matter. But the native API provides that information using the same anti-query system information API. You can get all the handles of all the kernel objects in the system, which is exactly what Process Explorer does. And so in general, kernel objects, we know that these are data structure in kernel space, and in user mode, the only way to get to them is by using handles, which are private to the process, just these little numbers. And sometimes it's useful to see what every process has, or a particular process has, in terms of handles. And so anti-query system information with system handle information allows you to do that. You get a list of all the handles in all processes, including protected processes. It's kind of nice. Maybe it's a bit too much. Maybe it shouldn't really work like that. Maybe it's divulging some information which we shouldn't really be divulging if we're writing the kernel, but it is what it is. It provides all the handles in the system, including handles within protected processes. And that's a very powerful thing to do, to have. So here's a little example. So here's an application called Media Player. I like to show this example because it's kind of funny. So the Media Player application is something that that's the old Media Player, the legacy it's called now. Okay, fine. So if I run it, it runs. It looks nice. Let's say I want to run another Media Player. So if I go ahead and try to run another Media Player here, I try to run another one. You can see it doesn't really work. It seems not to work. I just get redirected to the existing Media Player. So what happens here behind the scenes that in fact it is launching another Media Player, but somehow the Media Player knows that it's not the first one and just gives it gives control to the other one. And the question is, can I change that? Can I still use my, I want to launch more than one media player? Seems reasonable enough. So in fact, we can do that. If we do a little digging, we'll find that this media player has a way to know that it's actually has another instance running by using a mutex, a named object of type mutex in this case, that has a very specific name. So let me find that, and that mutex has this name. It's called the Microsoft WMP70 check for other instance mutex. Kind of a big hint as to what the purpose of this mutex is. So basically what happens, the second media player looks for a mutex with this name. If it finds it, it just says, I'm not the first, let me just find my other media player and send it a message. Instead, I can do here, I can right click and close a handle. So normally closing a handle behind the process back is a bad idea. In any case, how do we actually do that? But if I do that anyway, it becomes red and goes away. So here goes, it's dead. And now if I go ahead and try to launch another media player, here goes, it works. Here's another media player. Now I have two media players. And I can do the same trick now and have any number of media players that I want. So what happens if I want to do the same thing, but programmatically? I want to do it myself automatically. So I've done that. So I can have WM player. How did I call that application? It's called invoke WM player. Okay. So if I do invoke WM player, I get one media player. If I invoke another media player, which is the tricky part, I can get another media player, which means I'm doing that closing of the handle automatically by running some code. Notice the first instance says that there's no media player alive, but the second one located the media player but managed to launch another one. And so to do that, I have to search for the handle and close it behind the process back. So the way to do that is first to search for the handle. So this is what I've done here in this example. Let's see. So the first thing that I'm doing is to look for, well, one of the things that I'm doing is looking for handles. So I have here the ability to ask for the handle table of a process. And when I get that, I'm looking for that particular name. And if I find it, I'm closing it. And you might be thinking, how can I close a handle in a different process? I mean, if I call the close handle API or the anti-close native API, which is its equivalent, I can only close a handle in my process. So how can I close a handle in a different process? Apparently, this is something we actually can do. It is, in fact, supported by the duplicate handle API. If you use this particular constant, it's closing the source handle. So technically, can duplicate that into my process and then close it as well. And the handle is gone. And the object itself is also gone because it only had that one single handle holding it alive. So I'm doing all that automatically. Again, I'm not going to cover the entire code, but you can see that later on if you're interested. So these kinds of things I can only do with a native API. I can't do that with the normal Windows API because there's no way to get that kind of enumeration. So that's one nice thing. Now, some people have a trick that allows them to open objects that might be in a different object manager namespace directory by using this idea of using global root, which points to two question marks, so to speak, and then maybe I want to open known DLLs. If I go to WinObj, there's this kernel object and there's known DLLs. This is just a directory in the object manager namespace. It has a bunch of sections. I'm not going to talk about what that actually does, but it's there. So let's say I want to open a handle to this section. The section is memory mapped file. That's the terminology used in the Windows API. Let's say I want to open a handle to that. So if I try to do that using the Windows API open file mapping, which is what we would do in a normal kind of case, it doesn't work. We get something saying bad path name. It's not really supported. But if you use the native API anti-open section, it works just fine. We just provide the normal path as we see that from WinObj, from the root / directory down to the actual object we want, which in this case is called kernelbase.dll. Notice kernelbase is here. It's a section object, just has the name that looks like a file, but in fact it's a section object. So we just point the path to it, and the native API is able to open that. So native API allows us to open things that the normal Windows API would not allow us to open. Again, something which is more powerful. What else? There are some specialized things that the native API supports which you don't get with the normal Windows API. For example, we can suspend the process in a single call to anti-suspend process. There's no equivalent for that in the Windows API. What does it actually mean to suspend the process? It means suspending all the threads in the process. So we could potentially do that with the Windows API by somehow enumerating all the threads in the process, suspending each one of them. Is it possible to do? Yes, it's possible. But it takes more time because it's not being done in one stroke in the kernel. And we can also miss threads. While we're enumerating, another thread might be created and then we're actually not suspending everything. So anti-suspend process takes care of all of that and doesn't allow new threads to be created just while we're suspending the process. So it's much more powerful. In fact, Process Explorer uses that. If you go to Process Explorer and right-click some process and say suspend, that's exactly what it's doing. It's calling anti-suspend process. And of course, we have the opposite function to resume a process. And other things we can do is to go to the process environment block in a different for any process we want to find where the PEB is and then manipulate it. For example, with Process Explorer, we can double-click any process and we can see its environment variables here. How does that really work? Environment variables are on per process basis. In fact, they are stored in the PEB. So how can we get to that? We have to read the process memory somehow and get to the PEB. This is exactly what Process Explorer is doing. And now we can do it ourselves. In fact, I've done that in one of the other examples here, where I'm reading an set of environment variables from a different process. And the basic idea is to open the process, find the location of the process environment block in this structure called process basic information. And then from there, I can use NT-read virtual memory, or if you will, read process memory to read information from the other process properly and parse that environment block. That's exactly what Process Explorer is doing. I couldn't do that if I didn't know where the PEB of that other process is. But I can get that information very easily just by calling this function NT-core information process with process basic information. So native API, again, saves me if I want to do these kinds of things. Okay, what else? Another thing we can get with the native API is the ability to register for DLL load and unload notifications. If I say inject some code into a process and want to know when DLLs get created, they get loaded and unloaded, I can get those notifications. There's no Windows API that provides you that capability. You can only get that with a native API. Same ideas with memory. Although most of the things in memory, we can use the normal Windows APIs like virtual alloc or virtual alloc EX. We don't have to use the native APIs, but there are some niceties there as well, like RTL query heap information that allows you to query information about the heap in a different process. There is no equivalent to that in the Windows API. This is what tools such as VMMap that is using. If you're familiar with VMMap from sysinternals, it's doing that to get information about heaps in other processes. This is a pretty complex function that injects code into the other process and things like that. So it's nice that we get that kind of out of the box if you use the native API. And there are more stuff in the native API like ALPC, which is the internal communication mechanism used by Windows components, more stuff related to I/O, jobs, security, threading, registry, or more things related to the loader. Lots of stuff in the native API. In my book, I try to cover a lot of that, but obviously not close to everything because there's just a lot of stuff there. I try to cover the most interesting things perhaps, but maybe someday I'll write a second edition with more stuff from there because it does require research and trying things out and reverse engineering and these kinds of things, which is not necessarily easy. And of course, you have to take these things with some degree of skepticism because things could change. Microsoft is not obliged to keep the native API behaving in the same way going forward in different Windows versions. That's part of the kind of risk, I would say. But in practice, most of the APIs are pretty stable because Microsoft has their own tools that use that, like Task Manager and Process Explorer. And so changes are really pretty rare, but they do happen. So no guarantees there. It's really about trying to use the most powerful API from user mode that we can. This is still all user mode, and I have to stress here that with a native API, you don't get any special kernel powers. It's not like that. You're not in the kernel. You're still invoking all these things from user mode, but you do have more flexibility in APIs, and you can get more information for certain APIs, as we've seen. If you are running as a native application at boot, as I described, then you do have like lots of powers there. You are running with a system account and have all the privileges available to you. You can do lots of things at that point in time. But of course, to register that, you have to be an administrator because the boot execute value is under HKey local machine. So this is kind of a whirlwind tour of the native API and giving you a sense of what that does. Yeah, that's it for me for this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very engaging presentation. It was really a pleasure to listen to you.
Thank you.
And right now, slowly from US, we are moving to United Kingdom. Because next our speaker will be Rol Jafari.
So everyone,
Hello,
welcome. Thanks. Hope you are good at the weekend and everything okay. I just uploaded my presentation. I don't know what's going on. I hope so quickly. Now I think it's ready.
Okay, so we are ready.
Yeah. Beforehand, I just quickly introduce like what I do. What beforehand, like today the topic. I have experience overall the lifestyle. I just doing the penetration testing, red team operator, and some security research at the NCSA Institute. Besides, I just currently developing the malware development for specific uh, needs the operating system. And as at the time, I like doing the reverse engineering the kernel side of the iOS. So what's our main topics about the initial access operations, the traditional name called that, the phishing operations. Uh, from my perspective, why it's the most common used and interactive the thing about the red team operations, because if you can't build or craft the like successful initial access, you can't have going to leverage your vulnerability, or and you can't have a chance to getting the more higher severity impactful vulnerabilities on the system, like the post exploitation stage, the shell stage, and blah blah. So the next thing about the what's the main ways to deliver or like building the initial access innovation, you the traditional way doing the macro or using the VB script, that script, any kind of other alternatives, but at the times it makes so much noisy. The target or the user must be automatically or manually can adjust the filters, even if you using the some APT groups used before 2016 2000 like a 15, but it's not like useful and a good way to use in 2026. That's why I combined with the PDF via HTML smuggling, and as well as the LNK trigger, like a multi-stageful initial access vector. So that's why the problem is that occurring here is the custom C2. If you have like experience or you feel comfortable about any kind of open source, or most of people use that C2, like a Cobalt Strike, like a Slaver, I don't know, you can use that. But from my side, the like a most famous one, most notorious one, is not like 100% useful. So that reason, for the demo, unfortunately, I can't have a chance to directly show the real target and real attack phase from step by step from the initial acceleration tool, but I see there's some real life example with the say with that all of the combining one. So after that stage, it must be creating some the PDF decoy. It's not like you can adjust it or field any kind of other vulnerabilities on the PDF itself, just changing there's a behavior like a header or like things. It must be there is no any kind of suspicious elements on the file, even if it's because most naturally uploaded any kind of detection mechanism like a sandboxes like this, and like some specific defense mechanism like SPF, secure policy framework, the Mark D. Kim records, it must be like not good way. For that reason, the each initial access and evasion testing must be unique and must different kind of approaching set due to the target selection, the company ventures, and a lot of like factors. So after it's, let's say it's happening in a scenario, the user we say that if it's open it triggered the LNK file with a PowerShell obfuscated format, and it's wrapped itself in the HTML smuggling with the ISO specific, and that is sent via the like HTML the required position. But what's the problem is occurring here, and why it's not I said again It's not like a best way just to have a playbook or guide map to use the initial access evasion vectors all the places or all the ways the same thing, because some initial access and evasion vectors or overall the attack phase takes just a few like days or at least a few weeks, but some of them in the big companies or even the mostly correctly configured companies, it takes the months, like 3 months, 4 months, because of the you can chaining with understand each the phase, each object, the smallest thing in your attack vector, because you can only have just a one chance. For that reason, from me, I don't want to get detected or notified any kind of defense mechanism or the like a blue team or any kind of activities in the overall IT like a target. So next thing about the BEC, or we call that business enterprise like compromise attacks. It is the mostly used type in the current EIO operations because it's simple. It doesn't require you any kind of deep technical knowledge about the DLL triggering or side loading, or doing the APC injection. But it from the some organizations there's lost so much money because of the automation or any other processes. The people cannot look attentively. It comes to 90% from email attachments or email, and they get hallucinating or impersonating the email address from the DMARC DKIM records. After it's successfully registered, they can get that a small amount of time, and there's some higher position employee or employer in the target company or ventures. It can be represent as their supply chain vendors about the altering or changing the there's money related topics about the invoices, vouchers, and things, and they can forward the requested money to their own account. Unfortunately, after this happened, mostly it can't be reverted or getting back their already like a gone money. For that reason, according to FBI, there's a more than $1.2 billion is lost for that reason, and it can only not wait to get lose their money. Of course, they lose their sometimes a data, or because they have able to persistent in their system, and at last they lose their reputation. So like a recent case, the Marks and Spencer, like this. The phases, it's a start with the foreign supplier. It means that imagine like a company A and company B have connected somehow and trade their products itself, services. Unfortunately, they can't have a chance, and mostly their communication, all the like a business talk is based on their email. For that reason, the finance, HR, and other departments can have talked to most about the same person in the each company. And if it impersonate with the similar names, with the different kind of ways to do that, opening a Latin alphanumerical or things that is represented as the so similar, the endings is look like similar and legit. For that reason, they can just using that vectors and getting about the supplier or the both side to alter the invoices with the smallest changeable. Like for example, if it ends the A company invoices, for example 5678, it changed via the 5679 or 5670. For that reason, most of the time it's not represent the they're like not look attentively, and it represent the same for the original one. And that's kind of what mostly happening at the end time of their daily shift work or overall work time in the weekdays. For that reason, they just use it because they can attentively the attacker use that filter to understand what's the biggest amount of money that come and go with a different kind of ways. They can doing the recon also in other things. So they can go on about that way. The second one is I think it's not currently the most used one, but it's before the post-pandemic. there's so much people suffering from the Middle Eastern companies, the false leader order. It means that simply the fraudster send a letter to the financial department on behalf of the CEO, and or any kind of if it's not CEO, like authorized executive, to conduct the financial transactions. And of course, there's a middle-sized company. The big companies cannot have a chance, but the middle-sized companies mostly can do that. And if it affects data, they transport their money, the specified accounts under some like employees will protest, or they just wanted to do that. So this is the like my favorite one is the using via like a QR codes. It's mostly happening because most of the restaurant or any kind of public places like social around them activities going on via the QR code. But that reason is easy. Most of the people doesn't have a literacy about the cybersecurity, or they had not awareness. And it's the best way because it works not only on the specific any kind of operating system or version. It works all the ways. Like even if you open the like any kind of browser, it's working. And the best way is chaining with other vulnerabilities in the real life. Like if it's the easiest one is obfuscating the GS script or XS leak with getting about your cookie, about main cookie from the local storage or any kind of ways. After that, you go all the required data and you build your adding the silence plugin the like a target device or the user. After that, getting the social media accounts, and lots of things at the same time, and it's just happening via this file. Even if you just open it that things, it looks like so legit, so like original, doesn't have any malicious intent. For that reason, it's the best for the best for me. Next thing is about the mail. I'll talk about what's going on after the like this. The two actual photos is arriving here. The budget, actual report, like a document transmission, like this. It is what I said, and the real example on the scenario, and it's all the successful, unfortunately. The next thing about the security update, there is a next and modern good way is doing the backdooring the MSI, like and archiving the container and create just a fancy like a loader, smuggled HTML loader, and doing the custom based spare like an email template, not look like some vague, outdated, or just some lots of grammar mistaken or the not attentively looked email format. Just think about it most basic thing, using the as much as possible the required like objective and specific key points about your email, and deliver it at the specific time to specific person in the company or target. And mostly it happening, but like nowadays, as you know, the over the 40 plus aged employees doesn't have that kind of like literacy or awareness. For that reason, mostly our target must be that kind of profile. They have have a high technology usage, and of course it must be the successful. So execution flow is a step by step going from to 8 scratch to 0 with the delivering the HTML smuggling after it's combining with the container ICO file, and triggering with the shell link like Elenka file with PDF icon, because it's the best way, the most, even the smallest thing on the universe using the ones and using the PDF file format. And then there's a hardened sliver exit. It's the example of the C2. Anybody can use different kind of C2 and their own needs and requirements. And the decoy. So it's happening via, for the payload is C2, it must be like this. like this. Generate a listener. Even the most sophisticated ACAT is generate a reverse shell, and both of them using the like so specifically port numbers, not just use the TCP or any kind of. But in that case, it's a scenario. Unfortunately, I can't show you the real life example for any kind of target attack from to like wholly compromise things because it's illegal, and it's coming from the real attack scenario with a in a different kind of changed format. So as you see, that's IP addresses. Where is the saving that places? And after it's going on, all it's configured correctly. The next phase is about the decoying the PDF. It's the PDF for like example. Some little you can add the spicy things on this email template, but it's enough for the small and middle sized like companies, like and most of the sending from the HR department. And the best way is sending from my experience, if they're open the job vacancies or the open positions, the HR department's employees do not look like any kind of PDF formats or any kind of file format. Just open it, and if you use the right time and right person, most of all, it must be so successful and easiest the chain on this vulnerability or on this like attack vector. So after, if you use it that kind of mail, it's changeable. You can change any kind of own needs or own person, but at least you know somehow it's like a lifestyle, or at least what's the best like things based on their recon. Open their LinkedIn profile or any kind of profile. Overall, you understand that there's a behavior and personality as much as possible in the required time, and you go through via the crafting your LNK, sorry. So it's the easiest thing. You can do it with the like a PowerShell, as you see, obfuscated PowerShell. After it's happening, there's a most thing is starting when it's the like a loader or PDF open it. There's a trigger that PDF like a creating, and it's a path, arguments, and save. Just it. The arguments must show that at the same time the payload and the PDF is working combinedly. You can hiding via different kind of places in the operating system. It must be the if it's a Windows, like let's say mostly used one, any kind of anti-malware executable services or service host or any kind of places, or you can do it via the imagine like rats or any kind of malware, multiple places. Even after the AV or defense mechanism find out one, you can go through with another your payload, and it's working for the persistent or another needs. Next is happening about when it's come through in the Windows operating system. It's a 10 one. What's look like that PDF file? It's like this. For that reason, you can automatically change the icon from that BAT or CMD to the top one like this, and it's not look like suspicious. Even if you could use it automatically, just a normal one like a PDF format, and that's it. It's not a rocket science. And the most interesting place is happening here, because it's have some bypasses about the MOTV, deliver the all required things, and file hiding. Why it's important and the interesting one, because it used the open pacmyload, the most used one, but you can do it via on yourself, even the PowerShell, or just using the scripting language, and use your own needs, intentions, requirements, and continue via that way. It is simply doing the ISO file based on the oldest thing until that slide, combine it with, and change via one file format and deliver it or going through it that way. Because sometimes even the successful one, there is a SPF or any kind of operating system nature cannot have a way to go through until you just only have a chance to that just jump in the system and not have a lot of functionality or access to the system or user. So after you're building your ICO, it must be wrapped for HTML smuggling, where you can have a chance to use it in the getting the add-in plugins on the browser, favorite browser, and it's also bypass the email sandboxes because some organization have a on the cloud environment or any kind of way to select and look all the file formats coming from the user input beforehand to sandboxes. And it's the easy way to bypass beforehand all this thing, just adding the waiting like a task. Just a 1 minute is perfectly okay for just your needs, because the sandboxes is only running or things about the first 30 to 40 seconds. Of course, there's two other methods the sandboxes look for, but for this specific methods is just adding the like a time. It's okay. So what's the simply doing that? It's just adding the like that Python tool to that ISO file, and it's just a GS, and O is the output, F is just file format, and key it's not required some of the time. You can add it, and after it's just for encryption about things for yourself and writing about any kind of places. And M is a just GS script. What's it's happening and look like in the real life example of the delivered the email? It look like this, the SharePoint, like a Microsoft. But beforehand, more than this, there's so much alternatives. You can use it on the Linux or any kind of other operating system via the the using Evelgnix or any other most famous the C2 alternatives or overall the phishing operations alternative. But it's against creates so much noise, so that for that reason you must each step of the tools adding some specific on your intentions needs, and get rid of the any kind of defense mechanism to evade them. There's a logs patterns about their tools, and even the most successful initial access and evasion techniques doesn't just directly about the email. It must be about the MFA bypass. It must be about any kind of in their network related issues coming from impersonating the a general IT person on that company beforehand, let's say chaining vulnerabilities, the first step of open forms or things or the sheets happening there, and this overall the obfuscation is a good way, and the defense mechanism is change alternative things, and based on your always your own budget time. If your company have enough willing to do that kind of attack, they use that way. But if it's just to have a limited a time, and it's just a normal phase of any kind of small cybersecurity team, it must be the using that kind of similar things. In the real life, you can use it via multiple ways, but in the big and enterprises, unfortunately, due to the detection, using all this and other factors at the same time, and just using the one try. So I just wait any other people's commenting or page things. Just it.
Okay, so if there is not any another question, so I have question.
You can
Uh,
ask it.
mention some treats. So, what is the most popular cyber threats these days, according to your opinion?
Currently,
Currently, yeah. Because
like
you even like in your presentation, you compare like the what was popular or what is, I can say popular during the COVID. What is like the people really met it, but for example, these days it will be not that much successful because COVID was different situation. So, for example, for now, so what do you think is the most popular or you meet really often?
So for me, like I live in the UK, currently the Mark Spencer case is a disaster and a trend topic on the cybersecurity sector because it's mostly happening occurring in the first stage like this. It gets via the any kind of impersonating the IT employee in the target system, and all the Mark Spencer data about the users or other like a PLL, personal leakage information, there's a banking details, it's gone away, like just the initial access vector is the same. But it can have some differences. There's a Linux and AWS combining. They use the using reverse shell with a DNS exfiltration due to the knock problems, and after it's combining and still on the system just more than 2 or 3 weeks, opening some new problems around the operating system on the machine to get the credential of the machine about the most higher leverage user like administrator or super admin after their access, and they just have access to the limited time on the system for getting the credential harvesting and doing all the credentials. And you may ask about the like does their net encryption or salting hashing that things? Unfortunately, on the internal stuff doesn't do that. For that reason, they lost so much money, reputation, and all the things. The next thing about the post-pandemic in my origin country or most of the country happening and selling their like a people's information everywhere on the dark web. Just a small amount of money because of the at that time they used the phishing website which look like the same as the original website, just a small amount of like imagine I can't have unfortunately a like this, it must be a using the a like this. So that reason they use the lost their details, there's home addresses, even the most like bad things, there's personal ID cards, national ID cards numbers, where's their like a hometown exact location of their place, actual living places, and that's it. After that, the initial access does not directly means that you can use it just a way to show your company or your target, your your boss, I'm able to have access it. They just use it via the first step of the actual supply chain attack or overall attack phase and going through after step by step. But if it's not like a good, I said again, the good way, overall the common way, just using getting the some vague ways to like use the trick you or trick anybody, it's not useful, and it's just immediately published on the media, and it's the worst scenario for us because all the attack phases can the fake notification coming or everybody's phone due to the leakage about the weather alarms or weathercast, the tornado, and people using that. So overall, it's a multiple ways. The common ways is this.
In the general, what do you think will help to the companies, like more focus on the awareness and some kind of like monitoring the trends, or what do you think it can help them to protect their privacy and protect their security as well?
Actually, honestly, they can't care about anybody user like personal data, because they getting the big ventures or company finding, but they don't care because of they have enough budget to cover this, and all the information gone. But what can use there if they really wants to protect or getting rid of all kind of bad things, they must be not like getting the jobs with any kind of just experienced or low budget people. Anybody in their company must have communications skills. It must be good. Directly getting there is so much detection system on their based on their configuration and needs, and it's not possible because of their higher end or like using like trading stocks, other things. At least it's somehow the limited access on the system. Even they have a super admin priority, they can use directly getting their database access or harvesting access. Next thing about the cybersecurity awareness, it must be somehow mostly about the female friends, because in the some peak times like a Black Friday, Valentine's, or any kind of that things, they like from my experience we use the specific websites about there's a biggest discount or that things and send the internal stuff about that, and they just click it. Unfortunately, after if they're click it, they're just getting fined, and there's some limited time they can't hire up their position even there's a successful and skillful in the department. And I think it's defining and doing the right way to each sector, each department, each internal and external stuff like this. It must be helpful rather than using just a simple cybersecurity and nonsense awareness. Like you can use the like that suspicious fields. Of course, 90% not to jump in the suspicious field, but in the real attack vector, it doesn't like that the suspicious. Even myself, if it's a good initial access evasion vector, I just jump in.
I wish if we have it like more time for this kind of very interesting talk, to be honest, because it's really a lot of different things with this. I mean, like as you mentioned, also phishing or quishing, this kind of stuff, or sending the fake invoice to some companies as well. Like, I mean, it really depends what is the subject and what is the object, right?
Yeah,
But
unfortunately, it's sorry to interrupt you. It's real cases
yeah.
like happening in my origin country. Lost so much money, and even the best thing, they just giving the forensic investigator to understand how is the origin of the actor.
Maybe just one more thing. I saw in your presentation there was like the I forgot the name. Last year, I think it was last year, was the case with the North Korean hacker. I'm not sure if you saw that. It was that he applying to the companies and he has with the HR normally like the interview, but he used it like the deep fake video, so nobody knows the real his personality, and also they didn't know that he is like a hacker, and actually he successful go through the interview and he start to working for that company. Actually, right now I couldn't remember the name of the company, but it was really huge case that time, and also kind of maybe we can say first in public. What was the article that they are using the deepfake for this to go through the interview successful, to looks like some kind of like old businessman from US, but originally behind was just the random boy from North Korea. So it's like
Yes.
kind of that you can meet like everywhere. I mean, it needs to be really more careful if you are in the online world.
Unfortunately, it's 100% right, because even the most legit companies cannot, due to they just don't care about the money or transaction or overall the personal data. My biggest advice for anybody who have less attention or just wanted to get item at the like a discounted time, the specific holidays or that thing, not use their actual names or actual banking accounts, using the some donor names. Like imagine, let's say if your name like a start with a, like Natalia, let's say, you must using any kind of other name like Olga, Natasha, or that thing on the online purchasing. At least you cannot lose your identity, actual identity, using the some kind of adding just a one email address, because most of the currently UK the Gmail addresses, like overall the Gmail account is in the risk. You can get lots of unnecessary emails, like pop-ups, and even one person on the public places just deep diving. It's mostly happening on the flight queues or the airports or the cafes, because there's a public Wi-Fi surrounding all the buildings. Next thing, the banking transactions, like all the in the UK, banking doesn't care, and it must be included all the European countries. For that reason, my preference, if you can purchasing any kind of online shopping, use the just a small amount of money for your required for your actual shopping object or things overall, and you just pay it. Even from my experience, if you lose that money, you can't get much more money, or lose or your credit card or banking account that way. The next thing about the, you mentioned the deepfakes. Actually, there's so much way you can detect it. Like if you that the HR interview must understood, they can act about the different kind of topics. In my country, like red team operators or penetration testers, HR ask about the philosophy, like Dostoevsky, any other things, to just understand their perspective and mindful. And they must be look for their hands like a shaking or waving, their actual face, or that's it. The fast acting, the deepfake doesn't work 100% perfectly, and you can detect it via the hair, or if you take it's the deepfake impersonating person, they're overall like a moving, and so that things. And of course, the North Korean currently have APT48 groups can do that kind of overall chaining the initial access evasion vectors to the UK, mostly about the elderly person, because there's the easiest way in all the Russia, Ukraine, and everywhere, and they use that way. The like things about happening on the that attack case. I recently see that on the Telegram, some channels are using the like a crypto meme coin or coin just tapping, and it's Averhead wants to open your wallet or any kind of other functionality in the Telegram itself, and you use your actual data about the Telegram after you, if you permit or giving the permission about the that tool or that, say, let's say that plugin. And from there to you can able to use the Telegram CV like a 0 day. You can get as much as possible data from that's it. So that reason, unfortunately, it's not safe for 2026, and there's lots of ways and doing that initial access evasion. There was cases or the higher sophisticated cases, it's like this, and even the easiest things like I see there's a macro enabled initial access like a malicious files coming from the HR department, the some kind of employee. Unfortunately, by default, all the Microsoft Office versions like 2016 and more than like 2019, it's disabled by the any kind of macro opening. But unfortunately, there's a file blanking like this blurring one. Imagine you can see the overall page. They can need to access to the file. After it's accessed, they can override itself on the operating system, the PowerShell commands, And if of course they can't immediately do that, they wait sometimes. For that reason, after the most of the normal worksheet or workflow, the attack phases happen occurring at that time. So that reason you can say that overall there's 100% just a one like a phase or one playbook. You use the 1 to 8 or just a blah 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 blah, and you are get rid of any kind of attack or that things. It also makes for any kind of person you see it on the social media like Instagram or any kind of other social media. Most like bad, like you just say that sophisticated things about the Google AdSense, like advertisement, or about the fake shipping looking like a legit, but unfortunately, if you're purchasing that websites, you can not only lose your money, they can use your money with any kind of via the third party like services like iFace on the even you like add on your enable the 3D or multi-factor authentication, you can have a chance to using any kind of other like from A to B companies via the cargo companies to compensate that, and your money is scam, and banks not recover all that things because the easiest chain in the people like
Wow.
this. Also, there's a developer sites I used because most of the people in the European they use the iPhone-based products like a macOS or the iPhones, and there is a Safari or any kind of alternatives in the macOS their own like a meeting program like a Zooms or any other alternatives is the easiest things to use that to get the initial access and evasion vectors.
And for example, in UK, is there any like education about it? I mean, for the normal like citizenship, like citizens in your country, because some country,
Actually,
you know, that the, for example, police or some governments, they are doing some part of the governments, they are doing something like this for them to be aware of this, or now is trendy this, be aware, etc. So if something like this is also in UK.
actually, in UK, the police actually use not think about the fraudsters or that kind of money, like malicious intents. It
Mhm.
must be the some intelligence services, but only if you want to access the some super like urgency need the normal public doesn't have. You can get the education about the advertisement like a billboards, booklets, or even some phases like about the some organization like NHS National Health Services and this. And unfortunately, the police is not like a good way to get education or any kind of things because most of the attack vectors is connected via not only happening in the UK, it's about the Africa or any other continents, and they're just responsible. Even you can't have a chance to contact them because there's so much attacks happening every day.
Oh, I see, I see. I thought if there is some, like some advertisement or something like this in television, how to ever like the normal people, like the really just public who doesn't know anything about the, for example, cybersecurity or this kind of stuff. So, for example, some banks can do that, like, hey, watch out because these days is wishing like this kind of style. They will call you because they want your money or something like this.
Uh, yeah, actually, banks is used that when you're getting their mobile application, they just simply say that please be careful, you can't get scammed or things. But overall, it's mostly depend on you. Like if you click or if you after the like purchase the online shopping or any kind of amount, they just don't care because if you use, but if it's located in the UK or if the like you're purchasing like a website or places in their blacklist on the suspicion list, imagine like an IP blacklist of that addresses, they get some pending your your transaction, let's say, and after sometimes like it takes about 6 like hours to 1 day, like 24 hours, it's still on your bank account and you can get the refund. But if it's beyond that, let's say you can order it from the Italy or not only located in the UK, it depends on you. Unfortunately, there's no chance. But in the television, actually, the UK people doesn't thinks that overall watch television or any kind of comedy. They just use the Netflix or any kind of alternatives or just the BBC, and the propaganda or any kind of bad influence or happening the protest, overall the live crowdness or things, they just don't care. And there's a the biggest factor is so much nations living at the same country, and most of them doesn't have enough knowledge or literacy or doesn't have a patience or just don't want to see any kind of that advertisement.
So thank you so much for your presentation and for very nice talk.
It's my pleasure. Always welcome. Happy to see you. Happy to overall, at least somehow, I hope so, understand overall the attack phase. Just it. So
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
thank you.
And slowly we are staying in United Kingdom, but right now we will have about 5 minutes break. And after that will be last speaker. So stay with us and soon we will continue.
Hello. If you can hear me, I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I joined the wrong link by mistake. I was actually waiting and it was just me alone there.
No problem.
Yeah.
So I
I'll just share
have
my screen.
okay, so we can start.
Okay. Just one
Okay.
sec.
So last and not least, we have another great speaker from UK, and it's Mrs. Rahim. I hope I said good your name.
Yes, yes, you did. Yes, you
Great.
did.
So if you are ready, it's just yours.
Okay, one sec. I'm just going to share my screen. And yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. Can you see my screen? It's a blank screen.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I can start now. Okay. Thank you so much for the organizers of this event. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for organizing this special event. It's lovely to speak with people about experiences, things that are scary things that some people might not even know about. Okay, I'll start. Imagine you receiving a calendar invite for a meeting by your CFO. And then you joined the meeting, and when you joined the meeting, you saw your CFO, you heard your CFO's voice, and then you saw your work colleagues, whom you've worked with, in the meeting, and then your CFO says, oh, hi, Mark. I'll be using Mark for my example this today. Hi, Mark. I would like well, actually in a meeting with a client of ours, and then we're about to sign is to the transaction, and then you transaction of $25 million. And then within the twinkle of an eye, everybody's gone and the money is gone as well. And then you figure out this you went to meet your CFO to find out, if they received the money, and everybody said no, they were not in any call, they didn't ask you to make any money. $25 million is gone within the twinkle of an eye. This is not a movie. This is actually a real story. It happened to an employee of a multinational company in Hong Kong. And the CFO on that call was fake. Unfortunately, the colleagues on that call as well were also fake. And they were deep fake videos generated by artificial intelligence. And the only person that is real on that call is the victim. Hello, everyone. My name is Oluwatosin Rahim, and I'll be talking to you about human firewall today. And we'll be talking about not about firewall with code or antivirus software or encryption keys, about the single most critical yet most vulnerable element of modern security. You are the human firewall. You are the shield that protects yourself, your image, your company's image, and the others in your company. If you, I, and other people understand this little logic, at least I understand that a job for everyone. It's not a job, it is you being the shield. Be a bit safer in this world. Okay, I'll go on. So, the misconceptions we have about hackers, we've watched videos or what things online about a guy wearing a hoodie and then being in a basement, hiding in a secret place, trying to hack a computer or trying to hack a system. It's really not like that. Sometimes it's not what we think, or sometimes we think, oh, we have IT teams looking after us. It's just a false sense of safety that we've created for ourselves. I'm not saying IT are not doing their job. Of course, I work in the IT department, but when we try to also be safe on our own end, when we do look at the details of what's going on, of that email, of that phone call, of that text message, of that urgency, the sense of urgency in what the person who just spoke with us or who just sent us a message says, we would get the reality of things. I would want to, I'm sorry, before I go on, I want to explain more about this, but I will be showing us a video of what I'm talking about, and then it's talking about social engineering, how people manipulate others, looking at all the informations, checking online, seeing the videos we post, looking at your friend, talking about what you talk about, what you live for. Because again, in this world that we're in currently, most of us put everything online, and then it's good in a way, but in another way it doesn't help, because it gives the attacker more information about us. Social engineering is the art of manipulating people so that they give up confidential informations, and then hackers do not hack computer, not that they don't hack computers anymore, but they hack your trust first, they hack your desire to be helpful, they hack your fear of getting into trouble. And that's why they go for the CEO, they go for top officials in your organization to make you feel, oh, if I don't attend to this, because they know if a CEO says jump, you ask how high to jump, how high do I jump? Not, you don't question what the CEO says, but then they understand all of this logic, and that's why they use it. So I'll be sharing a video. One sec. Oh, sorry, before I go on with the video, can you see the screen now? Okay. Oop, no, 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 no. Okay. I'm not trying to advertise these people, but it's the reality. Darkness is the absence of light, and cold is the absence of heat. Um, the reality is, why would I spend so much money trying to break $1 million encryption system when I can just ask for your password, or when I can just go to your LinkedIn or your Instagram or your Twitter? And the reason I'm saying this is because of the next video I'm going to show you on how just one thing you post on what the things you post on on social media actually matters. It explains how you just need to be critical about what you say, what you do, how you do things online. And in industries, we call it social engineering, like I said, manipulating people to give up confidential information. And as a human firewall, when a technology fail, and it will fail, you're the last line. And right now, that 4% of all breaches include an human element, and it means that 3 out of 4 of these of 4 times a door, sorry, 3 out of 4 times a door isn't kicked down, it is locked, it is unlocked from the inside by someone who does not really understand or does not really have an idea what's going on. Okay, I'll move to my second video. Okay, yeah.
It looks that we have some problems with the sounds from the video. So maybe if you can just explain what's going on there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought it wasn't not clear at all.
Like we can see the video, but
Yeah.
not voice at all.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry about that. So, what happened in the first video, although it was a bit transcribed, was how the guy phoned the IT help desk, and then he told them that he's trying to sorry, I think he forgot his password or so, and then he's trying to get into an account, that if the person clicks on the link, that's a help desk on the phone, if the person clicks on the link, that he can help him sort it out. And then the guy was actually very happy to help, because he spoke to him in a very calm manner, and then like someone that he knows, that he's been working with. And then he clicked on the link and he gained access into the the IT help desk account. And for this other one, for the CNN business one, this is a hacker. Her name is Rachel Toback, and she does social engineering as a profession, and she helps people to understand the um I'm trying to get the right word. She helps people to get understand how vulnerable they are online. And so she hacks the other guys sorry, she calls the airline company. That's the part where they show the red color with the seat number, the seat, where she was able to change the seat number. But before then, she got all the information she got online from his Twitter account. He got his email. He got a detail of how he. I'm trying to. Yeah, she got the detail of how the company he bought a chair from, and then she phoned them to tell them that she would want to get another one, and she wants to be sure that they deliver to the right address. And that was how she was able to get the man's her home address. So she got his home address by calling a supplier. She got his phone number, she got his date of birth on Twitter, and so on and so forth. And now she was able to transfer his money also. So that's what happened in the video, that I was just trying to explain how hackers think, and how it's easy for you to lose your money within a twinkle of an eye. There was a point where she used a deep fake voice to speak with a customer care representative. That's the one for the airline. She used a deep fake voice to speak with them, to pretend as him. So when they hear him, they hear his when they hear her, they hear his voice and not her voice, and then they think he's speaking. And then because she has a confidence, the hackers work with confidence, and then they play on your own intelligence, they play on your vulnerability to always want to help people, always happy to help, and then also the sense of urgency. And that's what they play with, and that's what this video has actually shown us. Okay, I'll move on to the next slide. So in psychology, psychologists have identified specific triggers that makes human comply, which is hackers use which hackers use religiously to hack people. It's and I'm going to break this down into three, so I don't take too much of our time. It's urgency and fear. That's the first one, urgency and fear. They tell you, oh, your account is going to be suspended in 10 minutes, or did you make a purchase of $5,000 at Best Buy, and then if ask you to click on no immediately. And then what they try to do is to help make you panic, so you do not think, or you do not think to look at where this message is coming from. Is this coming from a phone number? Is this actually coming from the real Best Buy message, sorry, bulk SMS, or is this just someone trying to get to us via their phone or from their room, and so on and so forth. And then the proxy here, what they do is they make you panic. And then what I would advise to do in situations like this, where there's a sense of urgency and fear. When you sense urgency and fear, when you sense that emotion, just take a pause, breathe in, and then try to know, think about it, look at it very well, read it again to see what's going on. Do not just jump on your phone to click a no, or respond to a message, or click on a link, or send money, or click or even speak to them. Yes, some people also, they try to threaten you on phone, say, oh, if you're not going to answer the respond to us now, we're going to delete your account, or we're going to, there are lots of videos online that you see where these hackers, yeah, they're hackers, because they use social engineering to hack people, to trick people into I'll say no, to trick their target into giving in. The second thing they do, although I've already explained a little bit in the first the first stage, they use authority. They try to pretend to be the CEO. They try to um yeah, I would use the CEO or any top official in the organization that, hey, I'm in a meeting, I can't talk, I need you to wire fund for a vendor ASAP, or I need you to buy a gift card for my child's birthday. And then because you would not want to say no, they take advantage of that, and then before you know it, it is gone, the money is gone, you can't find it anymore. And then some people get in trouble for these. And I would say thank you to Rahul, because again, he explained a little bit about how all of this, he explained, no, not a little bit, actually he explained in a broad sense how all of this happened. And then what you do to defend yourself from um authority is you check that email to see that it is actually your CEO's email address. You double check the link, it is actually a link from Best Buy. You check to the phone number, or you can actually call and then call with the number you know, to tell, oh, have you rang me? Or yeah, you can actually call. Have you rang me to ask me to buy a gift card for your son's birthday? Or have you asked me to make a transaction on behalf of the company? The third part of this message, of this of how the hack they use on social engineering is that they use likability and familiarity. Hey, it's me. Oh, hey, it's me, Tom. Or I'm trying to look for a better way to explain this. Yeah, I would say, hey, it's me, Tom from IT, or because yeah, you, for IT people, they have um more what's the word? They have more admin rights to things. So yeah, hey, it's me, from IT, and then I have lost my password, I'm unable to get into my system, please can you help me do a password reset? And before you know it, everything is gone. It's the real IT person is unable to get into the account, or you have sent the money, you've made the transaction, and the real owner, by the time you get to the office or you get to find out, the money is nowhere to be found. And again, yeah, the other time you asked the question about what the UK is doing, yeah, banks use their platform to explain to people, and also they do other factor authentication. They ask password, they ask you for password, they ask you for your secret pin and the rest of them, so that way you're able to know who it is. Because at least there are things, there are questions that if you don't know, yeah, if you don't know, you can't pass that stage, and they will either transfer you back somewhere else, then ask you to call back, or end the call, or ask you to end the call and call them back. And yeah, I think they do things like that, because yeah, they do things like that. And then the second one, sorry, am I okay? I'm still online. Then the sorry, where was I? Okay, a hacker will go on your LinkedIn, will go on your Twitter, will go on your Facebook, will go on your Instagram account to check where you've schooled, who you're friends with, where you work, how you act, and then it will lead me to this personal story. This is a story of myself. I almost fell into one, and then this person rang me. If it's possible, it's a place I sent my CV, or I don't know how the person got to know. The person went on my LinkedIn to check, and then the person rang me and then called my name, and then said, "Oh, thank you for the other day. You helped my daughter while she was preparing for her exam and all." And then, oh, although I can't remember you, you're welcome. And then he said, no, and then I said, "How may I help?" And he said, "Oh, I've actually called you because there's this particular project which I know nothing about. There's this particular project that I was looking for who to award it to. It's a very big project. It's going to land you millions of naira. Um, and yeah, it's going to land millions of naira." And I was just scrolling through my phone, and then I saw your number. And with a sense of gratitude, I said, "Thank you very much. I'm really grateful you thought about me." And then he said, "You need to really be fast about this. You really need to be quick work, and then you need to work smart. Yeah, this is an engineering tool which I still do not know anything about. This is an engineering tool. I want you to supply to a particular state. The first lady, I'll give her your number, and she would call you. And but you need to be very respectful, go to a quiet environment to speak with her, so there's no disturbance, nobody disturbing you. And please do not tell anybody about this." And I still didn't think about it. I didn't think about it that this was a scam, because the person came to me as, "Oh, I have helped them in the past, and then, oh, is it time to help me now?" And then I was at the gym that day. I was at the gym that day, and then I left the gym, went into my car, and drove away from all the noise. And then I went to a quiet place. I didn't go home, so I don't get disturbed at home. I went to a quiet place so I know nobody would disturb me. And then I went to wait for the first lady's call, the so-called first lady's call. And when the person called, one of the IOC that I should have gotten, which I didn't get, was, it sounded like a man, but it was pretending to be a woman. And then it's supposed to be strange to me, right, as a person. I didn't think about it. I fell. I almost fell for it. I almost gave in. And then when I spoke, "Oh, I'll be going to Lagos, and I need you to meet me in Lagos. So my phone will be off for about an hour, 30 minutes. So, you need to meet me up in Lagos." I wasn't in Lagos at that time. But I then called my husband and then I told him, oh, I'm going to Lagos. And then I got this contract, which I know nothing about. I didn't bother to search online. I didn't bother to check what was going on. I didn't bother to think because there was urgency, there was authority, there was familiarity in the whole thing. And then the man called me again. So there was follow up. There was like they were following me up. They were not trying to make me think. I told my husband I was going to Lagos, and then I I for a minute, I'm not sure if it was me thinking. Something came to my mind, and I'll say thank God, because if I had not thought about going online to even check what the software is, I wouldn't have known that it was a scam. I would have been stranded. I would have lost money. And then, worst case scenario, I would either have been kidnapped, and then families will be asked for ransom, and a whole lot of bad things would have happened. Because again, I'm a woman, anything could have happened to me at that time. And then again, it gave me a sense to think, and then I started questioning the whole thing from the beginning. And the next time the man called me, I asked, "Ah, how again did I help your daughter? Where did I help your daughter?" And that was where he lost me, or should I say that was where I lost him, and he ended the call. I didn't hear again from him. He didn't call me again. I didn't hear from their first lady. And then I was so happy I didn't fall for it, because it would have been a very, very bad experience. That's just what happened to me. I wasn't greedy. I was actually a bit younger then. I was a young lady, and I was trying to do I was actually trying to do something good for myself. I was trying to be relevant. I was trying to help, and that was how they got me. Oh no, that was how they almost caught me. There's another story I would like to share. It's about MGM and Uber. These are two massive companies that their $1 billion of security budget was taken down with just a phone call and a text message. Am I still audible, please? I just want to be sure I'm still audible. Hello? Hello, am I still audible?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for confirming that. Um, for the first story, the first case study is MGM Resort, and this happened in 2023 in Las Vegas. All of a sudden, the lights went out, the slot machine stopped working, hotel room keys failed, the guests were locked out of their rooms. How? How did it happen? A group called Scattered Spider went on LinkedIn and found an IT employee's name. They called the MGM IT help desk and said, "Hey, I'll use Mark again as my analogy. Hey, Mark, I lost my phone and I need a password reset." And the help desk, the IT help desk reset the password, and the hacker got in. This cost them $100 million in losses. It wasn't just money they lost. They will lose confidence, they will lose their name, they will lose customers. Sometimes some people don't even get to recover from all of this, and then they start all over again. Some people even go as far as changing the name of the company. The second case study is a study is a issue of the one that happened with Uber in 2022. An Uber contractor's password was stolen, but the Uber app had multi-factor authentication, and then the code on that's I'm sorry, multi-factor authentication. That's a code that comes on your phone when someone is trying to get in, and then if you are the one, you would say that is safe, right? But unfortunately, in this case, that was how they got in. So the hacker tried to log into the contractor's notification, the contractor's account, and then whenever he tries to log on, the contractor will get a notification, and then when it says, "Is this you?" he clicked no. The hacker kept trying. He kept trying. He tried several and several and several times. I would say a million times. I don't know specifics, but I would say a million times. And then when it got at 2 a.m., he the hacker sent a message to the contractor saying on WhatsApp saying that I'm Uber IT support. Hi, I'm Uber IT support. I have we're having a glitch, and please accept the notification. Say yes to the notification so the alerts can stop. And the contractor, because he was tired of getting all of this over and over and over again, this is actually called MFA fatigue. The Uber contractor clicked yes, and um just to make it stop. And the lesson from this one is, if you're not the one that if you're not the one that um the action did, please do not authenticate that it is you. Do not say it is you. If not, you are it's just know in your mind that you are getting scammed. I'm sorry, you're getting spammed. And then when you notice that you're getting spammed, it's better you call your security operations center just to inform them of what is going on. And this is not just multi-factor authentication, it comes as mails. You keep getting the same email several times from different people. Sometimes it comes as different the same organization, sometimes it does not. They'll keep spamming your account, so you get tired, and then you're okay, let me just even find out what this is, and then you click, and then that's how everything is gone. um okay, I'll be telling you about the protocol on how to protect yourself from social engineering. um this is going to be your defense. This is going to be your defense to protect yourself from all of this social engineering hack attacks that I've spoken about. And the first one is uh, um the first one is stop. Just when you feel emotions in the email or the phone call or the text message, when there's a sense of urgency, you have to do this. Sometimes it is not even um maybe it is not that they are stealing from you. It is, oh, there's this favorite one that I usually see most times. It's not the Nigerian press one. Yeah, there's a Nigerian prince one. Then there's so there's the um gift. Yeah, we have a gift for you. Yeah, it's the gift one. They'll say they have a gift for you, and then click on this link. This link expires in 5 minutes. It expires in 10 seconds. You have to click on the link, and because you want to know the gift you've gotten, you and then you just click on the link, and then that's where they start the hack, and then they keep luring you. They ask you for your credentials, they ask you for your name, they ask you for, some people even go as far as asking you for your account details, your credit card details, your card details for you to finish up. So they'll sometimes hide on that, okay, pay for delivery. And then I'm just paying for £2, I'm just paying £2 for delivery, and then that's how they get your details, and you're gone, your money is gone. And then the second one, back to you stopping. When you hear a sense of urgency or fear or curiosity or helpfulness, please freeze. That's an emotional hack. That's a hack that they use. to get you. The second one is please look at the details, look at the link, hover over it. You do not have to click on a link to see what you're clicking on or where it is redirecting you to. Hover over it first, and then check the email address that it goes directly to. It's the email of your CEO or whoever they are pretending to be, or that you know them. And then in situations where it has to do with a large amount of money from someone on the higher level, you can call to find out from the person. Nobody would query you for calling to find out if they actually ordered that you process a payment, or if they requested that you process a payment. Or sometimes if it is a phone call, please cut the call, end the call, and then call with a familiar number. Do not call back that number that called you. Call with a familiar number, so you get to know who this is and find out who is calling you. Or if, oh, I'm sorry, your call ended, I'm not sure, a little white lie would not affect you. I'm sorry, the call ended, I'm not sure, about what the transaction you asked for. And then if I were the one someone had called that I ordered a transaction, I would worry and then wonder, no, I did not. I would not ask you to go ahead to continue payment. um Moving on, um you are the human firewall. A firewall blocks threats, and then it filters out the noise. When you report a phishing email, and you're not just deleting spam, you're protecting that colleague who might not look at that message. You do not just receive an email and then not report it. When you receive a spam email and you know that it's a spam email, please be free to report it. And then and do not be shy of being wrong. Do not be afraid of being wrong. If you're wrong, so they will tell you that you're wrong, and you will learn from it. If you're wrong, it's being safe. You're protecting yourself, not just yourself now. You're protecting another colleague who might even eventually fall into this. Security isn't just about you being paranoid. It's about being prepared. It's about you being the shield. And that ends my speech for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And when you said the word paranoid, so thanks to your profession, I guess you are paranoid all the time, right?
Yeah. But it's not paranoia, actually. It's you being safe, really. You're not being paranoid, you're being safe.
I mean, like, like be
I
careful,
understand. Yeah, being
but sometimes I'm meeting even myself with that. Even I see something very basic, so I look at like, hey, that still I'm looking like, is it something behind or is it really clear? And my friends, for example, as you mentioned, like the click on it and not be that much careful. So of course my friends see something and click on it, and I just like, guys, are you sure that it's the real link? Yeah,
Yeah.
no, why not? I saw that in my email, and it's really the original one. I just, okay, we will see later, right?
Mm. Yeah, it happens to me a lot as well. And I would say even for this for meetings, when I receive messages, I go back online because I learned my lesson from the past experience, from the other contract guy. I learned my lesson. Go a link a link to say go to Facebook. Why not just go to Facebook directly, not on the link? Go search on Facebook and then type facebook.com, and then you get to Facebook and then you look for that you look for that person you're going to go and see, instead of having to click on the link. Sometimes I do that instead of having to click on a link. Yeah, so one just needs to be extra careful. And another advice is always report a spam when you see it, because that way you're helping not just the IT people, not just the security expert, not just your firewall. You're helping yourself and you're helping your colleagues at work or that vulnerable person who might not understand it's a spam.
After, as you mentioned, after emails, after the links, this is very popular QR codes. And sometimes people, because they want to pay fast, so they didn't check. They are just, scan on it and don't control it if the links is the right links.
Yeah.
Even the function is like you put it the camera and it scan automatically. So automatically it goes already somewhere. So I know that these days they are really making some kind of like big topic about it, that the people supposed to really change the setting in their cameras to don't go directly, but first checking, is it really that link which you want or is it something else? And also check it what you can like manually if there is some another stamp, right?
Yeah, I think for that there are settings are actually on for phones, and for some phones it happens automatically, and for some you need to enable the setting. When you scan QR code, it shows you the link before you click on it. You do not just have to it doesn't just redirect to the website. It highlights the link for you.
And for example, from your daily life, what was the most kind of danger like treats for you?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Oh yeah. Like in your life or in your like job, did you meet with some kind of treats which was like, how to say? It was like on your person and it was kind of danger in the same time, but you later you find out because you work in, so you discover it's like fraud or it's just some.
Oh yeah, I have.
Is it
And
some?
I explained. Is
I
it
mean,
sorry?
sorry.
No,
Is
no,
it
go on.
is it some which you really have it in your mind and you said like, okay, this is that one which I will remember all my career? Is it some case like that?
Yeah, there are some cases like that. Like the engineer one, the contractor guy. It's an experience I can never forget, because there would have it would have not just hurt me alone, my families and even friends, and then it would have cost them even money as well. Because what if I was kidnapped and then they were asking for ransom? Or what if something bad happened to me? So that's an experience I would never forget. And then I always try to share it everywhere I go, so people can learn from it, that they not just they come as friendly people, and because you're not a person doesn't mean you cannot fall for it. Because you're a good person does not mean there are bad people trying to get to you. They do not care about if you're a good person or a bad person. Some people just want to do it to prove a point. Some people want to do it for personal gains. So yeah, their experiences I don't forget. Yeah, like the engineer guy, the contractor guy one, and there is this other one I also experienced, and thankfully I was able to get my money back. It was a shopping website. So I selected everything I wanted to buy. I paid for, I selected everything I wanted to buy, and it was it was one from a very popular person on social media, and they advertised it, and then I went on the link and then I clicked on it, and it happened to be a deep fake video, by the way. I clicked on it and then I shopped. I thought I was waiting for my delivery, and then they kept updating me, oh, your delivery is on the way. And then when the delivery got there, then after 2 months, they told me they had delivered, and then I could not access the website again. But the good thing was, with my account, there's a way I can I protect my money. I told them, and then I don't know what they did back end, but they contacted PayPal, and then PayPal, they recovered the money in a way from PayPal, and then I got my money back. That's another experience.
Wow, you have had so many.
Yeah.
First of all, I was thinking some kind of like maybe some funny case or something like this, but you start with that, so I just like, oh, okay. But still, it's experience, and it's very nice that that was this opportunity to share with us, and thank you so much for it.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad I was able to share my experience, and that I was invited for this event. Thank you so much for thinking of organizing this. Whoever is watching, you are not alone. You are not naive. You just need to be safe. And if you want to have more chats with me, my link, that's a QR code to my LinkedIn, by the way. You can have more chats with me online. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Take care.
And this is the end for today. And thank you so much to all speakers and participants for your valuable presentations and interactions. Today's discussions confirmed that cybersecurity is shared responsibility that requires cooperation and work across borders and sectors. We believe the idea of connections format here with connections format here will lead to stronger collaboration and safer digital future. So thank you so much. Thank you for being with us, and have a wonderful day, and see you next time. Keep us safe.